Chapter 4155. In the sacred realm, there weren't many specter divine souls. Even if there was no way for the specter divine soul to absorb the corresponding energy, the specter divine soul would degenerate and eventually die. The specter divine soul was sure that it wasn't his own kind that was assassinating him. Young Master Shin, I think it's a very brilliant soul projection technique. Their soul's concealment ability is extremely strong, so it wasn't detected by the equipment. The specter divine soul shared his speculations. Of course, the fat shopkeeper beside him couldn't see the demonic shadow divine soul, nor could he hear what it was saying. Brother Fatty, I want to put something in the lobby. If that thing enters the lobby, I'll know immediately and inform you. Shen Xiang took out a pearl and handed it to the fat shopkeeper. I'll place it well. The fat shopkeeper nodded. In fact, this was a very ordinary soul detection pearl, but it came from the sacred realm. So, to the fat shopkeeper, it was still a very strange thing. Then, Shen Xiang recorded the fat shopkeeper's message talisman so that he could contact him when the time came. Qin Xiang, on the other hand, allowed the demon shadow divine soul to stay in the lobby on the first floor, allowing the demon shadow divine soul to guard the mysterious killer. Brother Fatty, will you report this matter to the higher-ups? Qin Xiang asked. Not for the time being, because I can't be sure yet. The fat shopkeeper shook his head. I can't report without substantial evidence. That's true. Qin Xiang nodded and smiled. I'm staying on your most luxurious floor. Where will the Kanglin Holy Son stay? Of course he'll stay on the lowest floor. The Dragon's Arrival Inn is a business, and the Kanglin Dragon Sect also started out in business. The Holy Son will definitely understand. The fat shopkeeper smiled. The Dragon's Arrival Inn is backed by the Kanglin Sea City, and the Kanglin Sea City's trade is very developed. Even the Great Kuan sect has to rely on the Kanglin Sea City's trade system to purchase the resources they need, right? Qin Xiang asked. Indeed, the fat shopkeeper nodded. I'm now your most distinguished guest. Can I entrust you to run errands for me and buy some things from the Kanglin Sea City? Shen Xiang needed a large amount of sacred realm medicinal herbs, some of which might be very rare. He wanted to use it to refine pills and quickly increase his cultivation. There was also the refinement of the Saint Soul Pill. When he was in the Proud World, he could only use his soul to refine the Holy Soul Pellet, but when he came to the Sacred Domain, it was different. There were many naturally grown medicinal herbs, and inside them, there were extremely pure and strong soul energy. This kind of soul energy could be improved even more after being refined by the world-defying God Furnace. For example, the demonic shadow divine soul and the demonic ape dragon needed the Saint Soul Elixir to improve their souls. Cultivating in the Saint region, especially in the later stages, was all about cultivating one's soul. High-grade Saint Soul Elixirs were essential. Running errands is just a small matter. We are very happy to help. The fat shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. All right then, I'll go back and make a list for you. Qin Xiang smiled and said, I want to buy a lot of things, and the amount is also relatively large. As long as you buy the amount I need, you can get some profit from it. That's also a profit for you. I wouldn't dare. Brother Fatty chuckled. All right, I need 2 strong female bodyguards. Heavenly jewels are not a problem. Qin Xiang said. Is there an age limit? Brother Fatty asked again. As long as you look young and beautiful on the surface, Qin Xiang said. There shouldn't be any here, right? Do you want to go to the Kanglin Sea City to invite them? How strong? Brother Fatty was a little curious. How strong can you get? Shen Xiang laughed. And it's beautiful. Young Master Shin, this kind of beautiful and powerful female bodyguard. They don't sell their bodies, cough, cough. So young Master Shin has other thoughts. The fat shopkeeper laughed and said, The strongest one can only be invited to the Saint Lord realm. This How strong is the Saint Lord realm? Shen Xiang really didn't understand. Chapter 4156. Although Ku Yaming was the daughter of an elder, she had never eaten so many types of holy fruit. She was also a little glutton, but she had eaten quite a few holy fruits. Seeing that Shen Xiang had returned, she restrained herself a little. Yameng, don't be polite. Eat as much as you want. These are all free, including the room fee. It would be a loss if you don't eat them. Shen Xiang also casually grabbed one and ate it. It was indeed very delicious. These holy fruits were not the kind that were used to concoct pills and medicine. They were a special breed that was mainly used for daily consumption. They had a very good taste and were also beneficial to people at the same time. Elder brother Shin, 10 days is enough for us. Don't continue wasting heavenly jewels. This is too extravagant. Ku Yameng felt that if she could enjoy this kind of life for 10 days or 8 days, she would be satisfied with her life. Fu Yuanyuan also took out the holy fruit that she had picked from the mountain villa of Kuanzu and handed it to Xinxiang to eat, then said, Young Master Xin, Yameng is right. It would be better to save the heavenly jewels and put them into cultivation. Your current cultivation is too low. If you use the heavenly jewels properly, you will be able to cultivate very quickly. Is this the holy fruit of the mountain villa of Kuanzu? It's not bad. Thank Grandma for me. Xinxiang grabbed one and ate it in big bites, then laughed. Yuan, don't worry about my cultivation. I have plenty of heavenly jewels. I might even be able to live here for free. Live here for free? Fu Yuan said in surprise. Young Master Shin, you helped the dragon's arrival and solve the feng shui problem. If it's solved, I think I should be able to stay here for a while. Xinxiang laughed. It doesn't matter if it's not free. I don't lack heavenly jewels. Elder brother Shin, where did your heavenly jewels come from? My father has been an elder for so many years, but he doesn't have as many heavenly jewels as you. Ku Yameng asked curiously. I earned it. Yu Meng, elder brother Shin said before that I am an alchemist. The pills I refine can all be sold for a good price. Xinxiang said, I really don't know why Big Sister is so hostile towards you. She's really used to being arrogant. With her personality, she can only be arrogant in the Great Kuan sect. She's so arrogant outside. She wouldn't even know how she died. Fu Yuanyuan now felt that Xinxiang was a golden thigh. Fu Yuya offended Xinxiang. In her opinion, it was very stupid. There's something wrong with her character. Xinxiang said, even if she knows that I have a good relationship with my mother-in-law, she will still be hostile to me. She is even worried that I will replace her in the Great Kuan sect in the future. No wonder she was so hostile towards me. She was afraid that I would catch up with her. Humph. Fu Yuan snorted. Ku Chiotong is also hostile towards me. Is she afraid that I will surpass her? Ku Yaming suddenly remembered that she was ostracized by her sister. Yuan, if you have time, you can come here and play more. Accompany Yaming and guide her in her cultivation. Because I have to concoct pills and go into seclusion, sometimes I can only stay in my room. Xiang laughed bitterly. Of course you can. I quite like being together with Yaming. In the Great Kuan sect, many girls are very scheming. It's rare to find someone like Yaming, who doesn't need to guess her thoughts when she's with me, and doesn't need to worry about being set up by her or anything. Fu Yuan laughed in a very funny manner, and even hugged Ku Yameng and kissed her delicate face. That's good. I'll go rest first. Shen Xiang left the sky garden, walked inside, and chose a relatively spacious room. Because there was a mysterious killer here, and because he had sent the demonic shadow divine soul to the lobby on the first floor, Xinxiang had to be on guard. For this reason, he released the 6 realms mirrors and told it to pay attention to this floor. If anything approached, he would be able to leave immediately. Xinxiang made a list. He did not specify what medicinal ingredients he was going to buy. He only said that the medicinal ingredients he was going to buy would help him improve his soul and Tao crystal. He put the list into a storage bag with 200 million heaven beads, and then called the fat shopkeeper over. When the fat shopkeeper saw the list, he was a little surprised because he did not know what medicinal ingredients Shen Xiang wanted to buy, but he promised to take care of it. Shen Xiang actually did not understand the sacred domain's medicinal ingredients, but as long as he came into contact with those medicinal ingredients, he would know how to refine them into pills. Taking advantage of the fact that he was still free, Shen Xiang contacted Guaning. Guaning, when are you coming to the Great Kuan sect? I gave you the hair growth dan before. After they ate it, were they satisfied? Shen Xiang asked. Young Master Shin, after they ate it, they grew hair. They are currently undergoing many tests. Guaning replied. They should be very satisfied in the end. When can you come to the Great Kuan sect? Shen Xiang still hoped that Guaning could come. With such a fighter by his side, he would be absolutely safe. I'll come as soon as possible. Recently, a lot of things have happened in the clan, so I have to stay in the clan. It's not a problem to delay the delivery of your hair growth pill, Guaning said. All right. Shen Xiang was a little disappointed. If Guaning did not come, he would have to be more careful in the future. And the news that Shen Xiang was staying in the best room of the Dragon's Arrival Inn, with a luxurious entire floor, quickly spread to the ears of the young disciples of the Great Kuan sect. Chapter 4157. Shen Xiang wanted to make sure that Kuyameng was with Fu Yuanyuan. After all, Fu Yuanyuan was someone that Kuan Min valued a lot, so she definitely had something that could save her life. As long as Kuyameng was with her, she would not be ambushed. There is a mysterious and powerful killer who has already snuck into the Dragon's Arrival Inn. This guy comes and goes without a trace. He is extremely dangerous. You guys wait for me in this room. In order to ensure their safety, Shen Xiang let them enter the room where they had stayed before, and the room was set up by him. After they entered the room Shen Xiang was in, they were also quite worried and warned Shen Xiang to be careful. Shen Xiang was naturally not afraid. The 6 realms mirrors had already become the size of his palm and was held in his hand. Furthermore, the 6 realms mirrors could also sense that mysterious soul. Shen Xiang teleported to the lobby on the first floor. Just as he walked out of the teleportation room, the demon shadow divine soul appeared beside Shen Xiang. Young Master Shin, a very strange soul has entered. This thing is very special, so all sorts of detection tools are unable to sense the soul. The demon shadow divine soul said, Is that thing still here? Shen Xiang was using his consciousness to communicate with the demon shadow divine soul, so no one else could hear him. He's hiding in the center of the lobby. He doesn't know of my existence. The demon shadow divine soul said, Young Master Shin, don't worry. I can completely deal with that guy. At this time, the fat shopkeeper also came. He was very flustered and used his fastest speed to evacuate everyone in the lobby. Because many things had happened in the Dragon's Arrival Inn, they often practiced evacuating. The fat shopkeeper only needed to send out a signal, and everyone in the lobby would leave and hide. If another person died in the Dragon's Arrival Inn, then they would have to compensate the family of the deceased. Moreover, if this continued, the Dragon's Arrival Inn would really not be able to continue. Brother Fatty, don't worry. I can handle it. Shen Xiang used his consciousness to send a sound transmission. He looked at the 6 realms mirrors in his palm, and the location of the soul appeared, marking a red dot. Young Master Shin, if you can investigate this matter clearly when I report it to the Azure Wave Dragon sect, I will definitely be able to obtain a generous reward for young Master Shin. The fat shopkeeper also used his consciousness to send a sound transmission. All of a sudden, the demon shadow rushed forward and shouted, Young Master Shin, that guy is coming for you. Shen Xiang also sensed an extremely strong spiritual consciousness fluctuation coming towards him. He immediately put up a defensive barrier. Capture him alive. Shen Xiang transmitted his voice to Moing. All right. The demonic shadow divine soul was very confident. After he rushed out, he opened his arms and hugged a translucent thing. Only Xinxiang could see the Devil's Shadow God Soul. In his eyes, the Devil's Shadow God Soul was a black humanoid shadow. As for the thing that the Demon Shadow's divine soul was struggling with, it seemed that only he could see it. "Can you seal this thing?" Xinxiang asked. "Yes, but you have to use a slightly stronger soul-sealing pearl." The demonic shadow divine soul said, "Brother Fatty, do you have a soul-sealing pearl here?" Xinxiang asked. The soul-sealing pearl was used to seal and store souls. This kind of thing was not too expensive, and Xinxiang did not have it. If he encountered a powerful soul, he would seal it in the 6 realms mirrors. Yes. The fat shopkeeper immediately took out one and handed it to Xinxiang. Xinxiang took it in his hand and threw it towards the demonic shadow divine soul. The demonic shadow divine soul was now floating in the air, hugging the mysterious soul. The mysterious soul was very powerful, but he was facing the demonic shadow divine soul from the divine realm. The soul that cultivated in the sacred domain did not have the power of a body. No matter how powerful it was, it could not defeat the demonic shadow divine soul. The demonic shadow divine soul not only hugged the soul, but also released the soul energy in his body to form a seal on the soul. After the mysterious soul was sealed, it was stuffed into the soul-sealing pearl by the demonic shadow divine soul. Chapter 4158. Xinxiang tried to control the saint's soul puppet to fly on the street outside. He could clearly see the situation outside, hear the sound, and smell all kinds of smells. The refining technique of this saint soul puppet was very brilliant. Even Xinxiang was amazed by it. The biggest difficulty in refining this saint soul puppet is still the time. It takes a long time to train it to have all kinds of abilities. The demon shadow divine soul said, "Let me try and see how far the maximum distance can be." Xinxiang controlled the saint soul puppet to fly. To his disappointment, the distance was not particularly far, only a few hundred feet. If the distance is too far, it is easy to lose control. It seems that this is not perfect. The demon shadow divine soul sighed. If it is only a few hundred feet, it means that the original owner of the saint soul puppet is in this street. Xinxiang took back the saint soul puppet and stored it in the soul-sealing pearl. Young Master Xin, the original owner, may have a way to restrain the saint soul puppet, so don't use it easily. The demon shadow divine soul warned, "If I can't find the original owner, I don't know who wants to kill Kanglin's saint son." Xinxiang nodded. This saint soul puppet has pounced on young Master Xin before. Presumably, the original owner has seen young Master Xin. The demon shadow divine soul said again, "If the original owner wants to find out the whereabouts of a saint soul puppet, he will definitely find young Master Xin." "Yes, this guy will definitely come to me. That's great. Why did he attack me?" Xinxiang listened to the demon shadow divine soul's words, wanted to find the original owner even more. If he doesn't come in a short time, it means that his vitality is greatly damaged. This saint soul puppet is broken. It should cause some damage to the original owner's soul. The demon shadow divine soul said. Then wait patiently. Xinxiang was not afraid of the original owner coming to the door with the demon shadow divine soul and a large group of demonic ape dragons in the divine mirror of 6 paths. In the room, Xinxiang, who was constantly releasing his divine sense to perceive the situation outside, suddenly perceived that someone was walking around outside the door. It was Fu Yuanyuan, who was walking back and forth outside his room, seemed to be anxiously waiting for him to come out. Xinxiang immediately opened the door and went out. "Yuanyuan, where's Yameng?" Xinxiang asked. "I've pointed out a few inappropriate areas in her cultivation. She's now back in her room to cultivate." "Young Master Xin, there's something I need to talk to you about." Fu Yuanyuan seemed to be in a dilemma. "What is it? Just say it." Xinxiang went out and sat on a chair in the hall. "Previously, I gave young Master Xin the purple gold jade token and helped you register for the disciple assessment. Does young Master Shin still remember this matter? Fu Yuanyuan asked. Of course I remember. Shen Xiang smiled. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Originally there was no problem, but because I had been with my mother-in-law for too long, I didn't notice the change in the recommendation rules. Fu Yuanyuan sighed. This is also what my sister told me just now. You are the one who recommended me. If I am too bad, it will affect you, right? Shen Xiang guessed and knew what the problem was. Right. That's it. Fu Yuanyuan nodded. Young Master Shin, if you can't pass the assessment, my purple gold jade token will be taken back, and I won't be able to get it again for 10 years. With your status, you can't be excluded. Shen Xiang was a little surprised. No, because my sister is watching. Fu Yuanyuan sighed. This is going to be difficult. She will definitely think of ways to increase your obstacles, because not only can she deal with you, but she can also deal with me. I thought it was something big. Don't worry, I will definitely become a disciple of Great Kuan sect. Shen Xiang smiled. The assessment will begin tomorrow. Generally speaking, the assessment will be passed by at least the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. I heard that even those at the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm can't pass the assessment. Fu Yuanyuan was very worried. To be honest, I have been cultivating for the past few days and have already stepped into the middle stage of the Sage Realm. Shen Xiang laughed. I will definitely pass this assessment. Fu Yuanyuan was even more worried. Shen Xiang was only at the middle of the Absolute Saint Realm. Chapter 4159. The reason why Shen Xiang applied for 2 tests was mainly because he was worried that one of them would be tricked and cause him to fail. It was fine if he failed the test, but if he caused Fu Yuanyuan to lose her status as a disciple of the purple gold jade token, Shen Xiang would feel very embarrassed. Young Master Shin, the building with a big furnace on the roof is the place for the alchemy test. The building with no windows and all kinds of runes on the outside is for the runes test. Fu Yuanyuan pointed at the 2 buildings. What's the building in the middle for? Why are there so many people? Shen Xiang asked. That's for the combat test. Because most people don't know alchemy and runes. They can only apply for this. Fu Yuanyuan said, there's only 1 building for the alchemy and runes tests. There's a total of 10 buildings for the combat test and strength test. There's no other way. There are too many ordinary people. Ku Yameng said, even for the alchemy and runes tests, there are very few people. Shen Xiang didn't expect that in the sacred domain, especially in a sect like the Great Kuan sect, there would be so few young disciples in alchemy and runes. He thought there would be a lot of them. But it could be seen that even in the current world-defying stage universe, alchemists and blacksmiths were relatively lacking. Of course, there was a kind of soul heaven master that mainly focused on the soul, but this kind was even rarer. If Shen Xiang wanted to become a soul heaven master, it wouldn't be a problem. However, he didn't know that the sacred domain had such a profession. Not to mention Shen Xiang, even Fu Yuanyuan and Ku Yaming didn't know. Young Master Shin, what test do you want to take first? Fu Yuanyuan asked. Runes. Shen Xiang said with a smile, no matter what test I take first, there's no problem. Shen Xiang just felt that the building where the runes test was located was closer to him, so he went to take the runes test first. Then let's go. Fu Yuanyuan brought Shen Xiang over. She also studied runes, so she wanted to know what Shen Xiang's results were. Sister Yuanyuan, what's the runes test like? Ku Yameng asked curiously. The full score is a total of 700 points. At that time, I scored 500 points, which was considered very high. The highest score in history was 550 points. Fu Yuanyuan said, as long as you have 400 points, you can pass the assessment. A full score of 700 points, and you can pass with 400 points. Shen Xiang was a little surprised. This requirement is too low. Young Master Shen, there's something you don't know. There are very few people who can achieve 400 points. If the standard is raised, I'm afraid that the Great Kuin sect won't be able to recruit a rune disciple for many years, Fu Yuan said in a low voice. Actually, it's already not easy to achieve 400 points. Young Master Shin, you've never taken the test before, so you don't know the content of the test. It's normal for you to think that the standard for passing the test is low. You'll know how difficult it is when you take the test. Fu Yuan continued. She was worried that Shen Xiang would look down on her. After all, she had only scored 500 points. She was still 200 points away from the full score. It sounded like her results were not very good. However, in the talisman marking exam, this could be considered to be an extremely outstanding result. Fu Yuan and Ku Yaming didn't go in when they arrived outside the exam hall. They waited for Shen Xiang outside. Shen Xiang needed to bring his identity token and Fu Yuan's purple gold jade token to participate in the exam. After entering, he only needed to give the examiner his token. Shen Xiang entered the exam hall. It was empty and extremely quiet. Shen Xiang, right? You're a great person. Fu Yuan's purple gold jade token recommended you, but you went against Fu Yuya. The examiner was an old man with a long beard. He examined the 2 tokens that Shen Xiang handed over. Senior, I offended Fu Yuya. Will it affect my results? Shen Xiang asked straightforwardly. Fu Yuya, who the hell does she think she is? What right does she have to affect our talisman marking institution's disciples? The examiner had an extremely disdainful expression as he grunted. She's just a silly little girl that relies on her illustrious background. She doesn't have the talisman markings of our talisman marking institution, so she's nothing. Shen Xiang was extremely surprised. He never imagined that Fu Yuya, who was respected by so many people outside, was actually nothing in the eyes of the talisman marking institution. I wonder if Fu Yuya knows? Senior, do you think Fu Yuya knows that she's nothing in the eyes of the talisman marking institution? Shen Xiang spoke the thoughts in his heart. She's nothing. Who cares if she knows or not? The examiner stroked his long beard, and then he passed the token to Shen Xiang and said with a smile, Kid, you have to grasp this opportunity well after obtaining Yuan's recommendation. Chapter 4160. Shen Xiang had seen that the people of the Talisman Institute were extremely arrogant, which was why he dared to say that Fu Yuya was nothing but a fart. Therefore, he had to put on a very arrogant attitude now. If he was too modest, these old fellows might even look down on him. The difficulty of your test shouldn't be too high. I can pass even if I use my feet. Shen Xiang said with great confidence. What? Aya, you're too arrogant, kid. Fu Yuya is the most arrogant young man I've ever seen, and you seem to be even more arrogant than her. Even that damned girl has to restrain herself before our Talisman Institute, but you don't have the slightest bit of restraint. The old examiner pointed at Shen Xiang with a very angry expression. The other old men also criticized Shen Xiang for being too arrogant. Those who study runes are arrogant by nature. Only when the heart is arrogant will the runes be strong. Otherwise, the runes drawn will be submissive and won't be able to accomplish anything. Shen Xiang said in all seriousness. He wasn't making things up. Xiao, Xianglin, Lu Meng, and Xue Xianxian had all said the same thing. Don't look at how they are all women. In front of Shen Xiang, they are all delicate and pretty. However, when they use runes, they will all reveal a kind of domineering might. When they heard Shen Xiang's words, the old men actually seemed to agree. When using runes, one's heart needs to be higher than the heavens and have the power to look down on the world. Only then can the runes have the might of the heavens, Shen Xiang said again. You're right. But it doesn't mean that the runes you draw are strong enough. The old examiner realized that he couldn't win against Shen Xiang. Moreover, the arrogance that Shen Xiang displayed didn't make them feel too disgusted. It was a kind of arrogance that was very natural and natural. It was as if Shenxiang had the capital to be arrogant, and he should be arrogant. Therefore, the old men actually felt that Shenxiang was more and more pleasing to the eye. In comparison, they were called Fu Yuya's arrogance. Fu Yuya's insolence gave them the urge to pinch her to death or stomp on her ugly face. There was a black spot on Shenxiang's face, but in the eyes of these old men it was very pleasing to the eye. When they thought about how Shenxiang was an alchemist, all of these old fellows wanted to beat their chests and stamp their feet because their Talisman Marking Institute and Sacred Pill Institute were irreconcilable. A total of 700 points. You'll undergo 7 tests, and you only need 500 points to pass the test. If you're able to obtain full marks, then you'll be able to directly become a Violet Gold Jade token disciple of the Talisman Formation Academy, said the old examiner. Is there any difference between a Violet Gold token disciple of the Talisman Institute and an ordinary Violet Gold token disciple? Shenxiang asked, "Is Yuan Yuan a Violet Gold token disciple of the Talisman Institute?" She's not. Her purple gold jade token was obtained from the Combat Academy. The old examiner said, "The Violet Gold token of the Combat Academy is nothing compared to the one of our Talisman Institute." The other old men nodded in agreement. Shenxiang's brows raised. Aren't these people from the Talisman Institute looking down on me too much? Then is Fu Yuya's Violet Gold token from the Combat Academy? Shenxiang asked. That's right. Her Violet Gold token is also nothing. The old examiner nodded. Wait, I remember Yuan Yuan said that I can pass the test with 400 points. Shenxiang frowned and said, "Why did it increase by 100 points when it came to me?" Because you're half-hearted, so the requirements for you are even higher. If you're able to obtain 500 points, then it proves that your ability is passable, and we'll reluctantly accept you, said the old examiner. All right, let's begin, Shenxiang said. He was rather looking forward to it. If he could obtain a Violet Gold Jade token just by obtaining full marks, then how awesome would that be? He would be able to look down on Fu Yuya like she was nothing. This is a talisman paper. This is a brush used to draw talismans. This is a set of defective low-grade Saint Talisman markings. I'll give you an hour to understand the defective low-grade Saint Talisman markings and draw a talisman. If you can't pass this stage, then go refine your turtle core, said the old examiner. Chapter 4161. These old men were rather old after all, so they were comparatively restrained. Even though it seemed like they were about to attack at any moment, they quickly calmed down. However, they still had holy talismans in their hands, and they seemed as if they would fight at any moment. Shenxiang was slightly depressed. He'd originally thought that the process of the test would be relatively easy, yet he never imagined that he would encounter so many things, and it was completely different from what he'd imagined. Let's not fight. Everything will be decided by young Master Shen. After a thin old man finished speaking, he looked at Shenxiang and said, Young Master Shen, choose me. Even though I'm the smallest and skinniest, I'm the richest. Young Master Shen, I'm the Dean of the Talisman Institute. They're only elders, and their statuses are far inferior to me. Everything in the Talisman Institute is decided by me, said Wang Tianwen. Bullshit. The Dean does odd jobs. You take care of so many things in the Talisman Institute all day long, so how could you have the time to guide others? Moreover, you started to become arrogant after you became the Dean, and you didn't concentrate on cultivating talisman markings at all, said another old man. Cut the crap. We'll let young Master Shen choose himself. Whoever he chooses is someone he has affinity with, said a chubby old man. At this moment, these 9 old men were looking at Shenxiang. Even though they didn't say a word, they were madly sending voice transmissions to Shenxiang, and they wanted Shenxiang to choose them. Moreover, they even put out numerous, very good conditions. Shenxiang truly had a slight headache because no matter which one he chose, it would cause the other old men to be extremely displeased, and they would more or less dislike him in the future. Young Master Shin, quickly make a decision. With your natural talent, you can indeed refine pills at the same time. If you take me as your master, then I'll surely allow you to do so, said Wang Tianwen with a smile. I'm very unhappy right now. Shan Xiang suddenly thought of a plan, and he spoke coldly. The other old men glanced at each other when they heard him speak like this. On what basis do all of you think you're qualified to be my master? All of you just casually asked me to choose all of you? Are all of you worthy? Shan Xiang spoke with an arrogant expression. As far as I'm concerned, all of you are probably unable to teach me with your standards. Wang Tianwen and the other old men were stunned. They were all wondering if they were worthy to be the master of this young man in front of them. If you want to be my master, you'll have to pass my test. Shan Xiang smiled and said, If you can't even solve the problem I gave you, you aren't qualified to be my master, are you? That's true. Give me the question. Wang Tianwen nodded. If I can't pass your assessment, I'm willing to worship you as my teacher. Me too. Me too. The other old men followed suit and said one after another. Shan Xiang originally thought that by doing this, he wouldn't let himself fall into too many difficult choices. He didn't expect things to develop like this. If he accepted these old men as his disciples, it would be a headache. If they came to find him every 2 or 3 days, how could he cultivate in peace? You don't have to acknowledge me as your master. How about this? If you really can't pass my test, then we'll address each other as equals. What do you think? Shin Xiang said, If I can't pass your test, then I'll worship you as my big brother. Wang Tianwen said again. The other old men also followed suit. If they couldn't pass the test, then they would worship Shin Xiang as their big brother. Shin Xiang was somewhat speechless. Accepting these 9 old urchins as his little brothers was not easy at all. Well, let's take the test first. Shan Xiang took out a piece of talisman paper and then quickly drew runes on it. He added some god domain runes to the runes he drew. He memorized the god domain runes that Kuin Min gave him in his mind. He now combined them with the saint domain runes. After he finished drawing, those people surrounded him and looked at him carefully. BR, I added 10 more special runes. Can you choose one from them? As long as you choose one, you'll pass the test. Shan Xiang said, This is actually very simple. I'll give you half an hour. Shan Xiang drew a total of 200 runes. Among them, 10 runes are god domain runes and are hidden among them. The 9 old men were immediately dumbfounded, because in their eyes there is no difference between these runes. Why are there special runes? Young Master Shin, don't tell me you drew this randomly? Wang Tianwen frowned and said, There's no difference at all. Chapter 4162. Shan Xiang was afraid of being pestered by his lackeys, so he slipped away very quickly. He intended to report to the Talisman Institute and receive the violet gold token after he passed the alchemy test. Shen Xiang had never imagined that he would be able to directly obtain the violet gold token by merely participating in the test. If his lackeys weren't lying to him, then his violet gold token was of a higher grade than Fu Yuanyuan and Fu Yuya's. Fu Yuanyuan and Ku Yameng, who were outside the test building, saw Shen Xiang hastily running out as if he was avoiding something. Young Master Shen, how is it? Why did you come out so quickly? Could it be that you didn't pass the first round? Fu Yuanyuan found it slightly hard to believe, because as far as she was concerned, Shen Xiang's talisman markings were probably not bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to guide Kuan Min. Was it quick? How long does an ordinary talisman test take? After Shen Xiang finished speaking, he looked behind him, and then he hastily walked towards the test building. Fu Yuanyuan and Ku Yaming could only quickly follow him. They both believed that Shen Xiang had failed the test. You just went in not long ago. Talisman tests usually take 4 to 6 hours. Fu Yuanyuan said in a low voice, Young Master Shin, it doesn't matter if you didn't pass. You still have to take the alchemy test. No, I passed. Shin Xiang said very indifferently. My situation is special, so I just took the first test and let me pass. Is that so? Then do you have the token to pass the test? Fu Yuanyuan hastily withdrew a golden token from her storage magic treasure and said, This is the token of a disciple of the Talisman Institute. Shin Xiang glanced at it and said, Are these things given out immediately? Yes. Fu Yuanyuan said, They've already prepared it. So long as you pass, drip a drop of blood on it, and then draw a strand of your soul into it. You'll be bound to the token of the Talisman Institute. They said to wait until they're done, and then tell me to go get it from the Talisman Institute. Shin Xiang scratched his head and said, Maybe they forgot to bring it. That's good. Fu Yuanyuan was slightly unable to understand why Shin Xiang's situation was so special. Not to mention the short duration of the assessment, the identity token was not given immediately. What she did not know was that Shin Xiang had directly become a disciple of the Purple Gold Jade Order. Of course, the Purple Gold Jade token could not be made immediately. He still needed to go back and get it. Fu Yuanyuan believed that Shin Xiang would not lie to her, so she could only wait for Shin Xiang to obtain the token and then inquire about it. What is the process of the alchemy assessment? Shan Xiang actually participated in these assessments to see if he could make some friends. For example, if one was able to make friends with the seniors within the Talisman Formation Academy after participating in the Talisman Formation exam, then it would be equivalent to finding a rather useful tool. If he could get to know the seniors of the Sacred Dan Institute during the alchemy assessment, he would have another tool. Although Fu Yuya and the others were rather disgusting, there were still many decent people in the Great Kuan sect. For example, Ku Yuming's father, Ku Yuanfei, should be released soon. What's more, the Great Kuan sect belonged to Guaning. If he hid here, he could use this place to create an identity in the future. This would prevent others from finding out that he did not have an identity, which would not be beneficial for him to hide. Elder brother Shin, do you really know how to refine pills? Father said that refining pills is even more difficult than inscriptions and requires more talent. Ku Yuming asked, That's right. Generally speaking, young alchemists are very rare. My father has many children, and he always hopes that he can produce an alchemist, but he doesn't have one. Fu Yuanyuan also said, What's so difficult about refining pills? Shin Xiang said with a smile, Alchemy, for me, this is a common occurrence. Young Master Shin, you can say that, but alchemy is really difficult. I once tried to become an alchemist and persevered for half a year. In the end, I could only give up. Fu Yuanyuan said, Actually, I can be considered good. I have an elder brother who studied for 10 years and barely managed to get started. In the end, he gave up. This made Shin Xiang rather surprised. Was there some kind of restriction on the alchemy skills of the sacred domain? No matter what, the Great Kuan sect was considered a great power in the sacred domain, yet they did not have a system to nurture alchemists. Is alchemy really that difficult? I think it's fine as long as you have hands. Shin Xiang was puzzled by this. Ku Yuming and Fu Yuanyuan both looked at Shin Xiang with a strange expression. They suspected that Shin Xiang did not know how to refine pills, but they did not dare to. Chapter 4163. Shan Xiang could tell with a single glance that Ku Yuanfei and Yu Dandan had a relationship. Senior, a good person like Uncle Ku will definitely be able to clear his name, Shin Xiang said. Young man, you just came to the Great Kuan sect. You don't know anything. Yu Dandan shook her head and sighed repeatedly. It was obvious that she didn't have much hope. Senior, with your status, can't you help Uncle Ku? Shin Xiang asked. Who do you think I am? Yu Dandan asked. Aren't you the dean of the Sacred Pill Institution? Shin Xiang really thought so. I'm the dean of the Sacred Pill Institution. Yu Dandan couldn't help but laugh. Young man, you think too highly of me. I'm only an ordinary alchemist in the Sacred Pill Institution. Ah, Shen Xiang was slightly surprised. When he was in the Rune Institution, the dean had personally come to test him. Moreover, there was a large group of elders. Why do you think I'm the dean? Yu Dandan was slightly curious. Because I just came out from the Rune Institution's examination area. The dean was there to test me, Xinxiang said, so I think the dean should also be the one to test me in alchemy. Oh, you participated in the Rune Institution's examination? Did you pass it? You have to know that you can't have both runes and alchemy. You don't have that much energy by yourself. Yu Dandan was rather surprised. I passed the examination, Shen Xiang replied truthfully. Actually, what I like the most is still alchemy. Dean Wang Tianwen told me not to refine pills if I passed the Rune Institution's examination. But I still insisted on coming. Ah, you really passed the Rune Institution's examination? Do you have a token? Yu Dandan was even more surprised. No, they said they would make it for me when they got back, Xinxiang said. Ah, make it for you when they got back? Could it be that they were going to make a violet, gold jade token for you? How many points did you get? Yu Dandan said with a shocked expression. I only passed the first round. Xinxiang scratched his head and said, then they said they would make me a violet, gold jade token disciple of the Rune Institution. Yu Dandan took a few deep breaths. A violet gold jade token disciple that passed the test of the Talisman Institute actually knows how to refine pills. Senior, even though I've passed the talisman marking test, I really like to refine pills. Would you be disgusted that I'm too timing? Shen Xiang pretended to be afraid as he asked. What's there to dislike? As long as you can pass the examination, you can enter the Sacred Dan Academy, Yu Dandan said. Speaking of which, it's really rare for someone as young as you to know how to refine pills. It has been many years since the Great Kuan sect has had a young disciple. Where did the Great Kuan sect's alchemists come from? Shen Xiang asked curiously. They're all external moves. Offer the best conditions and poach alchemists from other sects. Now, when we look for alchemists, we directly look for ready-made ones. Yu Dandan smiled and said, of course, a young alchemist like you, if you really pass the assessment, we will also focus on nurturing you. Senior, the Sacred Pill Institute is stronger than the Talisman Institute, right? Otherwise, the dean of the Talisman Marking Department wouldn't have come directly to test me. Xinxiang smiled. Of course. Without our Saint Pills, how would those arrogant fellows in the Talisman Rune Department improve their cultivation? Moreover, they also need to eat our pills in order to concentrate on drawing talisman patterns and refining artifacts. Yu Dandan laughed mischievously. Drawing talisman patterns required a lot of energy. Sometimes one drawing would last for several days, and it was all supported by eating Saint Pills. Senior, can we start the test now? Shen Xiang couldn't wait any longer. Of course. Yu Dandan quickly took out a pill furnace and a few medicinal herbs. Shen Xiang didn't know what kind of medicinal herbs they were, but he could tell at a glance that these medicinal herbs weren't of a high grade, but they had an extremely strong mutual rejection. Especially when these medicinal herbs were added together. If one wanted to completely fuse them together, it would be difficult for ordinary people to do so. It was very difficult, but to Shen Xiang this was a piece of cake. He had refined pills for so many years. What kind of situation had he not encountered before? Refine these medicinal ingredients into pills, and you will pass the examination, Yu Dandan said. I will give you 20 hours. 20 hours? Shen Xiang said in surprise. Chapter 4164. Shen Xiang was immediately confused. Why was it that a cauldron of pills that he casually refined would allow him to become a disciple of the purple gold jade token? He had already deliberately slowed down his speed. Otherwise, he would have been able to refine this batch of pills even faster. However, even so, it was still extremely shocking. Senior, this isn't too good. I am already a disciple of the Talisman Academy's purple gold jade token. Xinxiang said, "The Talisman Academy belongs to the Talisman Academy, and the Sacred Dan Academy belongs to the Sacred Dan Academy." Yu Dandan laughed. "Little brother, wait a moment. I will invite the principal of the Sacred Dan Academy over." "Principal? No need, no need. It's not good to trouble the dean over such a small matter. Let's go over." Xinxiang hurriedly spread out his hands. "You should know that the dean rarely shows himself. However, the dean has specially instructed us before that if we meet a young man who can refine such a high-quality holy pellet, we must immediately report it." Yu Dandan said, "Why should I report? All right, what kind of pill did I just concoct?" Xinxiang could not tell either. "It's a level 1 holy pellet, the Saint Power Elemental Pellet. Furthermore, it's a king-grade pellet." Yu Dandan looked at the few golden pellets and exclaimed, "I haven't seen a king-grade Saint Power Elemental Pellet for many years." Then she took out the communication talisman and contacted the dean. Xinxiang could only wait patiently. It was not bad to meet the dean. If he had a good relationship with the dean, then the dean of the Sacred Dan Academy would definitely be a very useful tool. He didn't know how long he would stay in the sacred region. He also needed to recruit people to help him do some chores. "Young Master Shin, who exactly is your master? He's definitely not simple." Yu Dandan asked curiously. "I don't know either. I was taken in by him since I was young, so I don't know his name." Xinxiang shook his head. "If the dean comes and thinks highly of you, then maybe you can help Ku Yuanfei escape." Yu Dandan said, Senior, is your relationship with the dean not good? Can't you just ask the dean for help?" Xinxiang asked curiously. "The headmaster is a high and mighty existence. If it weren't for your situation, I definitely wouldn't be able to get the headmaster to do anything." Yu Dandan sighed helplessly. "In the Sacred Dan Institute, the ranking is strict. It is based on the level of alchemy. So that's how it is." Xinxiang believed that with his pill refining skills, he would definitely be able to obtain a very high position in the Sacred Dan Institute. Then, "After I enter the Sacred Dan Academy, can that Fu Yuya do anything to me? I have offended Fu Yuya?" Xinxiang asked in a low voice. Wang Tianwen was the dean of the Talisman Formation Department. Even though he said that Fu Yuya was trash, he couldn't completely believe this fellow's words. Perhaps this fellow was just making things up? Fu Yuya, the most outstanding disciple with the violet gold jade token? Yu Dandan frowned. "How did you offend her?" "I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm ugly." Xinxiang shook his head. "Anyway, many people said that I offended her. I will definitely be finished." A mere purple gold jade token disciple? How dare you be so arrogant? Let's talk about it after she becomes a monarch saint. As long as she doesn't step into the Saint King realm, there are many variables." Yu Dandan said, "Don't panic. Our dean of the Sacred Dan Institute will definitely protect you." Suddenly, Yu Dandan's communication symbol lit up. After receiving the message, she said excitedly, "That's great. The dean said that he'll be here soon." "How long has this principal of the Sacred Dan Institute been in the Great Kuan sect?" Xinxiang asked. "I don't know either. In short, he's a wandering rogue cultivator. Because his alchemy skills are outstanding after entering the Sacred Dan Institute, he received the recommendation of many sacred alchemists and finally became the highly respected principal." Yu Dandan said he came to the Sacred Dan Institute even earlier than me. Xinxiang could only wait patiently. He was thinking about how to trick the principal when the time came. "Will the dean accept me as his disciple?" Xinxiang was a little worried and said in a low voice, "I already have a master. I can't take anyone else as my master." Since your master has already left and doesn't want you anymore, there's no harm in taking another one. One more master. One more person to rely on. I think the dean will definitely not mind this. Yu Dandan laughed. An outstanding young alchemist like you, the dean will definitely be very happy when he sees you. She had already determined that Shen Xiang would definitely be chosen by the dean of the Sacred Dan Institute. And because she was the one in charge of assessing Shen Xiang, the dean would also reward her. Therefore, meeting Shen Xiang was also an opportunity for her. Not long after, Shen Xiang sensed a very powerful aura approaching. The one who opened the door and entered was a tall and sturdy old man. When Shen Xiang saw this old man, he only felt that he was very familiar. Then he frantically searched through his memories that had been sealed for many years, wanting to find out who this was. "Greetings, Dean." Yu Dandan hurriedly bowed. "I already said that there's no need for such etiquette." The old man laughed heartily. "This little fellow, is he that young alchemist?" Chapter 4165. Du Hai was not in the 10 Great Worlds. He had always been traveling outside and was not affected by the Forgetting Origin spell, so he still remembered Shen Xiang. However, he only knew that Shen Xiang was a very strong alchemist, and he did not know what happened to Shen Xiang after that. Shen Xiang had met many old friends back then, and not all of them were in the 10 Great Worlds. However, to be able to meet Du Hai in the absolute monarch sanctuary, Shen Xiang felt very gratified. "Little Shen, what's your situation right now? You shouldn't be so weak, and from the looks of it, you still have the body of a youth." Du Hai was also very happy to see Shen Xiang. After all, he had been wandering alone for so many years. Now that he had met an old friend and even found out about his granddaughter, it was indeed worth being happy about. "I was harmed by a traitor and was sealed for 100,000 years. I only recently broke through the seal and came out. My body has long been destroyed, and my current body is a body reconstructed from my soul." Shen Xiang said. He did not mention anything about the Life Spirit 6 clans, because he was worried that Du Hai would be implicated in this matter if he came into contact with it too much. Du Hai was engrossed in refining pills every day, so he did not know much about the outside world. Shen Xiang did not want to disturb him either. "So that's how it is. Then is Yan Yao all right now?" "Where is she?" Du Hai asked. "For all these years, I have been sending people to inquire about Yan Yao's whereabouts, but there was no news. I thought Yan Yao is still fine. She is in the world-defying stage. In other words, in the 10 days of hell." Shen Xiang said, "I also came out from inside. After a while, they should be able to break through the world-defying stage and come to the absolute monarch sanctuary." "Ah, so she's in that place. No wonder I don't have any news about her." Du Hai was relieved. After all, his granddaughter was still alive, and he still had relatives. "Grandpa Du, how long have you been in the Great Kuan sect?" Shen Xiang asked. "It's been a long time. I don't really remember. I often go into seclusion to refine pills, and I don't know much about the Great Kuan sect." Du Hai said, "Right now, I am addicted to refining pills and have made great progress in the way of refining pills. Because of the appearance of the world-defying stage universe, the way of alchemy has also changed greatly." He looked at the sacred power Dan in his hand, which was refined by Shen Xiang. He sighed, "Little Shen, as expected of you, the pills you refine are always so outstanding." "This," Shen Xiang laughed a few times. "Maybe this is my innate talent. To be honest, after being sealed for 100,000 years, I still don't know much about the current Tao pills. I hope that Grandpa can give me some pointers. You little brat, what do I have to teach you? With your perception and solid foundation, you can definitely figure it out directly." Du Hai laughed at himself. "Compared to you, I've lived for 100,000 years in vain. Grandpa Du, there seem to be very few alchemists in the sanctuary." Shen Xiang told Du Hai about the doubts in his heart. The Tao of alchemy in the sanctuary values talent a lot. It can only be said that the medicinal ingredients produced by this world-defying stage universe, as well as the various energy laws, have undergone a huge change. Du Hai sighed. I was also an alchemist before, and my cultivation was extremely high, but because of the appearance of the world-defying stage universe, it was as if I had to start all over again. What kind of change happened? When Shen Xiang was in the 10 Great Worlds, he had already sensed it, but it was not that obvious. Medicinal ingredients repel each other. Almost every medicinal ingredient repel each other. The more medicinal ingredients there are together, the stronger the rejection. Different medicinal powders and medicinal auras are even more difficult to perfectly fuse together. Du Hai said, "Previously, when I was refining this sacred power Dan, I noticed that the medicinal ingredients were rejecting each other. I thought that it was because of the examination." Shen Xiang nodded his head, however. "When I was refining pills, I didn't feel that condensing pills was that difficult." "Little Shin, can you tell me about the process of condensing the pill?" Du Hai quickly asked. Shen Xiang briefly explained the process, causing Du Hai to be dumbstruck. "You're still using the same method as before?" Du Hai said in shock. "Yeah. What's wrong?" Shen Xiang was a little puzzled. The current refining method requires one to first refine each set of medicinal ingredients into medicinal powder outside the pill furnace. When refining the medicinal powder, one has to inject a special liquid to lock the medicinal aura within the medicinal powder. Finally, one has to put in a type of stone powder to condense the pill. After that, Du Hai told Shen Xiang the entire process in detail. "It looks so complicated." Shen Xiang said, "I can still use the previous refining method. Why is that?" "This is talent. Maybe it's because your consciousness and the energy in your body can make the medicinal ingredients feel intimate, so you can play with the medicinal ingredients as you please." Du Hai was very envious and laughed. "This is life." Shen Xiang himself did not understand. He only knew that this might be related to the heavenly alchemy. In the 100,000 years that he had been sealed, the heavenly alchemy had already been improved by him many times. It was possible that only he could learn it, and it was impossible for him to pass it on to others. "Grandpa Du, I want to join the Sacred Dan Institute now. Do you welcome me?" Shen Xiang giggled. "You have to protect me." "Of course you're welcome." Du Hai couldn't wait for Shen Xiang to come to the Sacred Dan Institute. He even planned to find some time in the future to ask Shen Xiang to guide him in refining pills. "Oh, right. Don't tell Senior Yu Dandan too much about me." Shen Xiang said in a low voice, "Just don't tell anyone about me." Chapter 4166. The difficulty of runes was far less than that of alchemy. There were still quite a few rune master S. For example, it was not rare for Fu Yuan to become a young rune master. On the other hand, young alchemist S were extremely rare. In short, Fu Yuan and Ku Yaming had never seen them before. Elder brother Shin, "Did you pass the examination?" Ku Yaming immediately went forward and asked softly. Actually, there weren't many people around. Only the Combat Academy's examination hall was lively. However, Ku Yaming was still worried that others would know that Shen Xiang was participating in the alchemy examination, which would cause quite a commotion. "Of course I passed." Shen Xiang laughed. "When I have time in the future, I will also refine some pills for you guys." "Is that so?" "That's great." Of course, Ku Yaming believed in Shen Xiang, but Fu Yuan still couldn't believe it. When she helped Shen Xiang register, she didn't know that if he couldn't pass the examination, the purple gold jade token would be taken back. When she found out later on, she also felt a chill in her heart. She looked relatively calm on the surface, but she was very worried. She was even prepared to give up on the purple gold jade token. "Young Master Shen, you really passed these 2 tests?" Fuya looked around and said, "If you can't pass, my purple gold jade token will be taken back. Here." Shen Xiang threw the purple gold jade token to Fu Yuan and laughed. "Yuan, thank you for your recommendation this time. If you need help in the future, just say so." "Young Master Shen, you're so amazing." Fu Yuanyuan was stunned for a while before he sighed happily. Let's go back and talk. Shin Xiang laughed. He planned to refine some pills to give to Yuanyuan as thanks. For example, the Saint Energy Dan was a very commonly used pill. As long as there were medicinal ingredients, to Shin Xiang, refining pills was as simple as drinking water. Furthermore, he had a very bold idea right now, which was to create a pill furnace that could refine pills by himself. Currently, the world-defying God furnace was still unable to do so, because this pill furnace was too special. Shin Xiang was unable to modify it. If he used other pill furnaces, Shin Xiang could do it, but he could only refine very simple holy pellets. This process also required the use of runes. As for the specifics, Shin Xiang was still in the process of thinking. If he succeeded in the future, when refining simple holy pills, he could directly put the medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace, and the pill furnace would be able to condense the pill by itself. His idea was only suitable for refining ordinary holy pills. As for those complicated ones, it was still very difficult to do so at the moment, because that process required his powerful soul to carry out very complicated and minute control. While Shen Xiang and the others were on their way back to the Long Linen, Fu Yuya also sent people to gather information. In a courtyard, Fu Yuya stood under a big tree with her back facing a young man. Eldest senior sister, according to the information I obtained from the Sacred Pill Institute and the Rune Institute, no new disciples have joined yet. That Shin fellow has already left the examination hall. He always leaves the examination hall early. A skinny young man bent over to report the news to Fu Yuya. He wanted to take a look at Fu Yuya, but Fu Yuya's back was facing him. Leaving the examination hall early, of course. How could he possibly know runes and alchemy? That bitch Fu Yuanyuan didn't know the new rules. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so stupid as to recommend him to register for these 2 examinations. That little bitch. Let's see how she can still be arrogant in front of me after losing the purple gold jade token. Fu Yuya sneered. Eldest senior sister. Her purple gold jade token didn't seem to have been taken back. When the people at the entrance of the Long Linen saw her return, the purple gold jade token was hanging on her waist. The young man said again, "That's impossible. Shan Xiang couldn't pass the examination, so the purple gold jade token should have been taken away." Fu Yuya frowned as if she had thought of something wrong. What's going on? Logically speaking, if he couldn't pass the first examination, the purple gold jade token should have been taken back, and he shouldn't have taken the next examination. That's right. Shin Xiang went to 2 examination halls and took the rune examination and alchemy examination respectively. This doesn't make sense. The young man also felt that it was very strange. He immediately went to the alchemy examination hall after coming out of the rune examination hall. How long did he stay in the rune examination hall? Fu Yuya asked. Less than 2 hours. He stayed in the alchemy examination hall for a little longer. More than 2 hours. The young man said again. Chapter 4167. The top floor of the Dragon's Arrival Inn was very quiet at night. There was an enchantment here that could isolate the noise outside. This floor was enough for dozens of people to stay, but there were only Shin Xiang, Fu Yuanyuan, and Ku Yameng, so it seemed especially deserted. Of course, Mo Ying's divine soul was also wandering around, but he was not considered human. Moreover, Fu Yuanyuan and Ku Yameng could not see him. Shen Xiang did not return to his room. He was eating the holy fruit. Even though he had already given little sister Xiao Jing a lot, there were still a lot of holy fruits here. Ku Yameng and Fu Yuanyuan had already returned to their rooms to rest. At night, the fat manager used a communication talisman to contact Shen Xiang. Young Master Shen, I've gathered some information about you. I think you need to hear it. And this is also a service provided by our Dragon's Arrival Inn. The fat manager sent a message. Oh, come up and tell me face to face. Shin Xiang said. Very soon, the fat manager was outside the door. Shan Xiang opened the door and let him in. Young Master Shin, did you participate in the rune test and alchemy test today? The fat manager asked. Yeah. What's wrong? Shin Xiang asked. Him participating in these two tests was not a secret in the first place, because every time a disciple participated in the test, it would be publicly announced. Shin Xiang participating in two tests alone, it was difficult to not let others know. You didn't pass, did you? The fat manager asked again. He really believed that Shin Xiang could not pass. Who said so? Shin Xiang said with a smile. Ah, you passed? The fat manager was very surprised. Of course. Shin Xiang chuckled and said, Come in and sit first. After the fat manager walked in, he said, According to the news outside, the time he stayed in the two examination halls was very short. That time was simply not enough to pass the test. But I passed. I'll go to the Rune Academy to receive the disciple token tomorrow morning. Shen Xiang threw a golden holy fruit to the fat manager. Ah, you really passed? How did you pass the test in such a short time? The fat shopkeeper was shocked. He had been in the Great Kuan sect for a long time, so he was rather familiar with the Great Kuan sect's disciple assessment. There were very few young disciples joining the Rune Academy and Sacred Dan Academy, especially the Sacred Dan Academy. It had been many years since a new young disciple joined. I have good talent. Shin Xiang didn't say much. If he were to say that he was the big brother of the dean and elders of the Talisman Formation Department, the fat manager would probably not believe him. All right, I just received news that Fuya is gathering a large group of violet gold jade token disciples tomorrow morning to head to the Talisman Formation Courtyard to suppress the Talisman Formation Courtyard's Dean Wang, said the fat manager. Why did you attack Dean Wang? What did President Wang do to her? Shin Xiang was shocked. He immediately thought that Wang Tianwen was helping him vent his anger and then going to teach Fu Yiya a lesson. Fu Yiya thinks that since you didn't pass the test, the Talisman Formation Department should have taken away Fu Yuan's violet gold jade token. However, the Talisman Formation Department didn't take it away and broke the sect rules. The fat manager said, Then why didn't she go to the Sacred Dan Academy? Shin Xiang shook his head and smiled. After knowing the whole story, he was no longer worried. She doesn't dare to go to the Sacred Dan Academy. The fat manager laughed. Don't look at how arrogant Fuya is. She is very respectful towards the Sacred Dan Academy. I've passed the test. I'll go and receive my disciple token tomorrow morning. Shin Xiang laughed and said, Fuya is too self-righteous. Let's see how she clears up the mess tomorrow. Then I won't disturb young Master Shen's rest. The fat manager said, Right? How's the matter of helping me find a female bodyguard? Shin Xiang asked. I'm working on it. There's some progress. The fat manager laughed. Young Master Shen, just wait for the good news. Chapter 4168. As soon as these words left Wang Tianwen's mouth, it wasn't just the disciples that were present here that were extremely shocked. Even the other disciples of the Talisman Department were shocked and filled with disbelief. There were so many middle-aged and older disciples of the Talisman Department that had endured for a very long time, yet were unable to become a disciple of the violet gold jade token. Even someone with such a deep background like Fu Yuan was unable to obtain a violet gold jade token. Yet, this freckled youth had directly obtained a violet gold jade token during the entrance exam. This was simply inconceivable. Fu Yiya was stunned for a long time before she shouted, Impossible! Dean Wang, don't arbitrarily give out violet gold jade tokens. What right does this fellow have to become a violet gold jade token disciple of the Talisman Department? Do the other disciples of the Talisman Department agree? The Talisman Department hasn't produced a violet gold jade token disciple for many years. Yet you directly gave it to a little kid that just entered. What would the other disciples of the Talisman Department think? They'll be disappointed. A man chimed in. Wang Tianwen swept the other disciples of the talisman department with his gaze, and then he said coldly, "Do all of you welcome this new disciple? Do all of you approve of me giving him the violet gold jade token?" There were a few hundred disciples of the talisman department. When they found out that Xin Xiang was a disciple of the violet gold jade token, they were only shocked, yet they didn't reveal any displeasure. Because they'd been in the talisman department for so many years, and they knew very well what sort of person their dean was. The dean and elders of the talisman department were extremely proud, and they would absolutely not casually give out violet gold jade tokens. Because many seniors from the ancestor clans of the Great Kuan sect had come to plead for a violet gold jade token, yet they'd never succeeded. "Welcome, eldest senior brother," a middle-aged man suddenly shouted loudly. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." The other disciples of the talisman department uniformly knelt down on one knee. Moreover, all of them shouted extremely loudly. Coupled with the fact that there were a few hundred of them, the impetus was even more shocking than when Fu Yuya had arrived. Xin Xiang was shocked as well. He never expected that the talisman department would be trained so well by Wang Tianwen. This group of people were simply perfect tools. Fu Yuanyuan was shocked to the point of speechlessness. She knew that Shen Xiang's attainments in talisman markings were extremely high. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to guide ancestor Kunmin. However, she'd never imagined that Xin Xiang would be able to directly become a violet gold token disciple in the talisman formation department. Presently, all the disciples in the talisman formation department that possessed the violet gold token were either elders or instructors, and they couldn't be considered to be disciples anymore. So, Shen Xiang could be considered to be the head disciple of the talisman formation department because amongst the disciples, only Xin Xiang possessed the violet gold jade token. Shen Xiang was considering how he should respond to the kowtows of these disciples of the talisman formation department. If he was too courteous, then he wouldn't possess the pride that a talisman master should possess. If he was too arrogant, what was the difference between him and Fu Yuya? "Everyone, please stand up. I, Xin Xiang, don't like this sort of etiquette. We talisman masters aren't people that pay attention to such unnecessary formalities. Only some sharp-tongued, thick-skinned scoundrels like to do this." Shan Xiang could only make up a few random words, and then secretly mock Fu Yuya. All the disciples of the talisman formation department stood up successively as well. They were quite satisfied with this eldest senior brother of theirs, because he was at least courteous to them. At the same time, he possessed the arrogance of an expert. "I refuse to accept this." Fu Yuya said furiously, "Dean Wang, you're really not taking the authority that the colossal Kuan sect gave you seriously. I'm going to ask the sect master to come and seek an explanation from you. Fu Yuya, if you have the balls, then go cause trouble at the Sacred Pill Institution." Xin Xiang has passed as well. The Sacred Pill Institution's test is for the disciples of the Sacred Pill Institution. Pill refinement is much more difficult than drawing talisman markings. If you refuse to accept this, then go look for the Sacred Pill Institution. Wang Tianwen sneered. "Look, if you don't have the balls, then go cause trouble at the Sacred Pill Institution." Everyone's bodies shook once more. Not only had he become a violet gold token disciple of the talisman formation department, he was actually a disciple of the Sacred Pill Institution. Of course, even Wang Tianwen didn't know that Shen Xiang was a violet gold token disciple of the Sacred Pill Institution, because the violet gold token was even more important than the talisman formation department. Fu Yuya felt that her view of the world had collapsed. Does this freckled youth really have such talent? She suddenly recalled that Shan Xiang had previously brought a token to Grandmother Kuan, but she had chased him away. She began to suspect that Shan Xiang was most likely someone from that place. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such talent. "I don't believe it. There must be someone secretly shielding him. This has destroyed the fairness of the colossal Kuan sect." I must ask the sect master to investigate this thoroughly. Fu Yiya still didn't believe that Shen Xiang could pass the tests of 2 academies at the same time. Chapter 4169. Shen Xiang could be considered to have witnessed how terrifying the Rune Institute was. He really didn't put the Combat Institute in his eyes at all. A senior from the Rune Institute had suddenly attacked a junior from the Combat Institute. This would definitely infuriate the seniors of the Combat Institute. However, the Rune Institute wasn't afraid at all. After the elder injured the young man with a holy talisman, he even mocked and ridiculed him. Fu Yiya and the other disciples of the Combat Institute cursed angrily. Then they retreated to the side of the courtyard to stay away from the people from the Rune Institute. They were worried that they would continue to attack. Fu Yuanyuan and Ku Yaming had never seen such a scene before. They were worried that a fight would break out, so they could only stay close to Xinxiang to seek a sense of security. Rune Institute, you guys are really lawless. You actually dare to attack us. Fu Yiya was really angry, but there was nothing she could do. They couldn't defeat the Rune Institute. This was the Rune Institute's territory. The Rune Institute could easily destroy them by activating various killing formations. The colossal Kuin, sect master, had also arrived in time. He was a very tall old man with long white hair that reached his waist. A pair of long white eyebrows drooped down, and the eyes under his long eyebrows were very deep. At a glance, it was obvious that the colossal Kuin sect master had an extremely strong soul. As for his cultivation, no one knew at present. What surprised Xinxiang was that the colossal Kuin sect master's strength might be close to Kuin Min's. One had to know that Kuin Min was very old. The colossal Kuin sect master was only a junior in front of her, but his cultivation was close to hers. This meant that his talent was very good. Of course, in the sacred domain, the strongest strength was mainly reflected in one's soul. Shen Xiang couldn't judge how strong their souls were. He only knew that they were at a very high level in the sacred domain. Moreover, people with cultivation bases like the great Kuin sect master would also deliberately hide the strength of their souls. This could reduce the pressure on others. Otherwise, the young people here would not be able to withstand the pressure of his soul. Greetings, sect master. The disciples of the Combat Institute knelt on one knee. As for the people from the Rune Institute, they only bowed slightly to the colossal Kuin sect master and didn't kneel on one knee. The colossal Kuin sect master waved his hand and asked the disciples of the Combat Institute to rise. I say, old Wang, they're just a bunch of kids. The great Kuin sect leader looked at Wang Tianwen and shook his head with a smile. You guys are really too reckless. Quickly apologize to him. My ass. Wang Tianwen said with extreme displeasure. This group of little bastards have no respect for their seniors and came to cause trouble for my talisman marking department. Moreover, they even spoke rudely to the disciples of my talisman marking department. I can already be considered to have exercised great restraint by not hanging them up and beating them. Wang Tianwen did not give the sect master any face. It was clear that the status of a talisman master was relatively important in the great Kuin sect. Yeah, what's going on? Sect master de Kuin placed his hands behind his back. He didn't look at Fu Yiya, and his tone was rather stern. Great granduncle. Fu Yiya had just said 3 words when she was interrupted by the great Kuin sect leader. Call me sect master. The great Kuin sect master frowned. Yes, headmaster. Fu Yiya bit her lips and began to tell him what had happened. After hearing this, the great Kuin sect master looked at Xinxiang with great interest. This was because the talisman marking department had directly given a new disciple a purple gold jade token. This was truly too strange. Old Fu, since the establishment of the talisman marking department, the dean has always had the final say, right? Even you have no right to interfere. This is the rule of the great Kuin sect. Wang Tianwen said. That's right. The great Kuin sect master nodded. Xinxiang finally understood. So Fu Yuya's ancestor was the Great Kuan sect, the sect master of the Great Kuan sect. In that case, the Fu family was a very powerful force in the Great Kuan sect. That's right. Even you have no right to interfere. Where did this little girl get the courage to come here and cause trouble for no reason? Wang Tianwen was also very angry now. Then he talked nonstop about Fu Yuya's attitude when she arrived. Sect Master, Xinxiang's background is unknown. I'm just worried that he was planted by the All Heavens Hall or the Skyless Divine Palace. Fu Yuya hurriedly explained because she could see that the Great Kuan sect master was a little angry. It's not that his background is unknown. He was brought into the Great Kuan sect by Ku Yuanfei. Old Fu, don't you know that Ku Yuanfei was imprisoned unjustly? His ex-wife, the punishment elder, sent him in with some evidence. Wang Tianwen said. Chapter 4170. From the words of the Great Kuan sect master, he could tell that the Combat Academy had actually lost to the Heavenless Divine Palace. The Combat Academy was in charge of fighting. It was simply a disgrace that they couldn't defeat the Heavenless Divine Palace in a fight. No wonder the Talisman Academy looked down on the violet, gold, jade, token disciples of the Combat Academy. Old Wang, he just entered our Great Kuan sect and became a disciple of the Talisman Academy. Although we gave him the violet, gold, jade token, this doesn't seem to be able to represent our Great Kuan sect. The Great Kuan sect master frowned. That's right. Whether it's sparring with the All Heavens Hall, Heavenless Divine Palace, or other sects, we have to show how outstanding the Great Kuan sect's inheritance is. A female disciple of the Combat Academy shouted. Who knows that Xinxiang just entered the Great Kuan sect? He can't represent our Great Kuan sect at all. Xinxiang carefully looked at the female disciple. She wasn't a disciple of the violet gold jade token, but Ku Qiutong, Ku Yuming's evil sister. Old Wang, it doesn't seem appropriate to let little Xin go. Furthermore, during the competition, he has to use our Great Kuan sect's runes. He just came to receive the disciple token today, so how could he have learned our Great Kuan sect's profound runes? The Great Kuan sect master said softly. Old Fu, you don't know this. Little Shen's master has a great background and has some connections with Grandmother Kuan. Therefore, the Tao of Runes that Little Shen learned is also from our Great Kuan sect, Wang Tianwen said. He wasn't speaking nonsense because he really thought so. Fu Yiya was stunned when she heard Wang Tianwen's words. This was because Xinxiang had indeed taken a token to enter the manor to find Kunmin, but she had blocked him outside. They had also become enemies at that time. Knowing that Xinxiang really had a big background, Fu Yuya was a little worried. Although she could enter the Kunzu villa, she was also a disciple of ancestral Grandma Kuan, but ancestral Grandma Kuan had been missing for a long time, and she had rarely instructed her. Furthermore, everyone knew that Grandmother Kuan was most proficient in runes. Only by obtaining Grandmother Kuan's rune inheritance could one be considered Ancestor Kuan's true successor. Hearing Wang Tianwen's words, the Great Kuan sect master was shocked. He carefully looked at Xinxiang again. Little Shen, look. Wang Tianwen walked in front of Xinxiang and handed Xinxiang a small booklet. He said in a low voice, later on, use the runes on this booklet. Do you understand? What kind of rubbish is this? Xinxiang casually flipped through it and whispered, Dean, can I use my own? Although they were talking in low voices, his words were heard by everyone present. In Xinxiang's eyes, the important rune inheritance that Wang Tianwen had given him was actually trash. Wang Tianwen was also a little surprised. His own things were actually looked down upon. However, he also felt that this was normal. After all, Xinxiang was his big brother. His comprehension of runes was extremely high, and he had even dabbled in the runes of the god domain. His realm was indeed not something that he could compare to. This You just have to let Heavenless Divine Palace see that it's my great Kuin Sek's rune. Wang Tianwen said, Sure. Xin Xiang nodded and said, If I defeat the Heavenless Divine Palace's rune master, you have to give me some benefits, right? Of course. Wang Tianwen laughed. As long as you win, everything is negotiable. Little Xin, what is your master's surname? What is his relationship with Grandmother Kuin? The great Kuin sect leader could not suppress the curiosity in his heart and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. I don't know either. I was adopted by my master since I was young. After master brought me out of the mountain, he entrusted me to Uncle Ku. Xin Xiang said. He had always said this. Old Fu Little Xin is still a disciple of the Sacred Dan Academy. I heard that when he was taking the exam, even the dean of the Sacred Dan Academy, Old Du, went to see him, hee. Wang Tianwen secretly sent a sound transmission to the great Kuin sect leader. This caused the great Kuin sect leader to be shocked again. He found it hard to believe. After all, to be able to make the dean of the Sacred Dan Academy take action, it meant that he really had the ability. Furthermore, he had a great background. The more Fu Yuya looked at Shen Xiang, the more uncomfortable she felt. She kept feeling that Shen Xiang had stolen all of her limelight. Therefore, she hoped that Shen Xiang would lose miserably later. Not long after, the people from the Heavenless Divine Palace arrived. There were dozens of them in total. Most of them were middle-aged and old, and there were only a few young people. The old man in the lead sneered when he saw Fu Yuya and the other disciples of the Combat Academy. Aren't these the guys who lost to us last time? Why are they here? Do they want to lose again? This caused the disciples of the Combat Academy to be extremely angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They had indeed lost miserably last time. Li Lingfei, cut the crap. What did you bring to challenge our Rune Academy this time? If you don't have anything good, our Rune Academy won't fight. It's a waste of energy. Wang Tianwen went straight to the point. 100 unmined heavenly jewel mines in the southern part of the Azure Water Continent. If I lose, I'll give them all to you. Your Rune Academy has to offer the same conditions. Li Lingfei of the Heavenless Divine Palace caused the expressions of everyone present to change drastically. Even Wang Tianwen seemed to be unable to withstand it. Chapter 4171. Shen Xiang felt somewhat uncomfortable when he was pushed out to compete with others. He felt that he had been thoroughly arranged by Wang Tianwen. This little brother of his called him Big Brother on the surface, but he had such a deep plan for him. It was as if he had long planned to let him compete with others and obtain glory for the Rune Institute. Shen Xiang wasn't someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, he had a huge appetite. After winning the competition, they would have to have a good talk with him the next time they wanted him to compete. Only 14 years old? No matter how talented he is, how talented can he be? Li Lingfei of the Skyless Divine Palace sneered in disdain. Those ancestors of your great Kuin sect haven't shown themselves for so many years. Do you really believe in their standards? According to Wang Tianwen, Xin Xiang was a genius disciple secretly nurtured by the ancestors of the great Kuin sect. However, there had been no news of those ancestors for many years. No one knew how they were doing. Li Lingfei's words also implied that Wang Tianwen and the others might have been tricked by those ancestors. You don't have to worry about that. Who will you send out? Wang Tianwen had personally witnessed Xin Xiang's standards, so he was incomparably calm. Jiang Feng, you do it. Li Lingfei said to a young man, Elder, I'm afraid this isn't good, right? I'm at the bottom of the younger generation in the art of runes. Jiang Feng said, What are you being modest for? Even if you're at the bottom, your art of runes is far superior to those old fellows of the Rune Institute. Li Lingfei chuckled and said, Come, let's test their age. Wang Tianwen took out the age detector and tested it. Li Lingfei was 28 years old, and he was twice as old as Wang Tianwen. Although runes also depended on talent, experience was also very important. Li Lingfei was 28 years old, and his age far surpassed Qinxiang's. This meant that he had more time to ponder and comprehend runes. He had drawn many runes, and the time he had invested in them far surpassed Qinxiang's. Therefore, even if his talent was slightly inferior, he had the advantage of age, so his chances of winning were very high. The people of the skyless divine palace didn't think highly of Xinxiang. Even the disciples of the great Kuan sect felt that Xinxiang wouldn't win. How? Xinxiang asked in a low voice. You don't even know how to compete? Jiang Feng sneered. Although this Jiang Feng's appearance was ordinary, his eyes were extremely sharp. Generally, one would look at the eyes to determine if a person was a rune expert or not. I really don't know. Xinxiang shook his head. This caused Heavenless Divine Palace to burst into laughter. Then I'll tell you. Each of them made a talisman. Both sides will choose an offensive talisman or a defensive talisman respectively. After the talisman is made, both sides' elders will inspect it to ensure that the talisman's pattern is from their sect. After the inspection, start the battle with the talismans you have refined. Once the offensive talisman breaks through the defensive talisman's defense, you will win. If the defensive talisman can block the attack of the offensive talisman, it can be considered a victory for the defensive talisman. Jiang Feng explained patiently. I know now. Thank you. Xinxiang nodded. You're young, so I'll let you choose to attack or defend first. Jiang Feng was very confident at the moment. I choose to attack, Xinxiang said. Seeing Xinxiang make such a choice, the people from Heavenless Divine Palace laughed. Old Wang, does this young man understand your great Kuan sect's runes or not? He actually chose to attack? Everyone knows that your great Kuan sect's runes are built on defense. It's a famous tortoise rune school. Li Lingfei laughed loudly. The great Kuan sect master also glanced at Wang Tianwen and was secretly worried for him, because if Xinxiang lost, the Rune Institute would lose 100 minds. This was a huge loss. Humph, you're asking to be humiliated. Fu Yuya sneered. He doesn't even understand the direction of the great Kuan sect's runes, and he actually became a purple, gold, jade, token disciple of the Rune Institute. Just as she finished speaking, Wang Tianwen glared at her. Let's start drawing talismans now. The time limit is 1 hour. Li Lingfei shouted, Begin! The tools used to draw talismans were the same. Both of their talisman papers and talisman brushes were identical. This could prevent cheating. Chapter 4172. Seeing Xinxiang holding the brush in an instant, everyone on the scene was shocked. Furthermore, everyone seemed to be able to see that the talisman Xinxiang was about to draw would definitely have lightning energy. Whatever talisman he drew, he would use the corresponding attribute of Daoyuan sacred power. This could indeed increase the power of the sacred talisman. However, it was very difficult to fully grasp all the attributes of Daoyuan sacred power. Therefore, when drawing runes, one would more or less be restricted. However, Xinxiang was not restricted. He possessed the heavenly Dao seed and could transform it into any attribute of Daoyuan sacred power. Furthermore, it was extremely powerful. This talisman paper is too weak. It can't withstand such a strong Daoyuan sacred power. Wang Tianwen suddenly shouted, Little Xin, hold back a little. During the competition, you can only use one talisman paper. If it's broken, you'll lose. This was not a problem for Xinxiang. In the past, when he was refining pills, he had used extremely trashy medicinal ingredients to refine high-quality pills. His method was to improve the quality of the medicinal ingredients. Before refining pills, he would refine the medicinal ingredients. Now his train of thought was the same. Before drawing talismans, he would first refine talisman paper. Therefore, he was not drawing runes now. Instead, he was using the tip of the talisman brush to quickly draw vertical lines on the talisman paper. The vertical lines of lightning were very dense and covered the entire talisman paper. After he finished drawing, he drew horizontal lines. In this way, the talisman paper looked like a talisman paper woven from lightning threads. Did he use Daoyuan's sacred power to make a talisman paper? Wang Tianwen exclaimed, "Amazing!" When the people from the Rune Institute saw this, they all exclaimed in surprise. It looked very simple. It was just drawing vertical lines with Daoyuan's sacred power and then horizontal lines. However, to make these straight lines gather together and not scatter, this required a lot of control. The threads released by the talisman brush possessed the power of the soul. Only with extremely strong control in this aspect could the threads gather together. Of course, what was even more difficult was to draw runes on these threads. Another point was that Shen Xiang's drawing speed was very fast. However, everyone felt that it was just a simple horizontal and vertical line, so it was normal for it to be fast. However, the speed at which Shen Xiang drew the runes was so fast that it left one speechless. It was almost like a horizontal and vertical line. With just a few strokes, the tip of the brush streaked across like lightning. A moment later, he finished drawing the talisman, and it was even flashing with lightning. Although Jiang Feng's talisman was drawn on a golden talisman paper, it did not look as strong as Shen Xiang's talisman. The elders of the Heavenless Divine Palace all had solemn expressions on their faces. They were all in the know. Naturally, they knew that Shen Xiang's moves were very powerful. Shen Xiang was indeed a genius, especially the idea of modifying the talisman paper. This was something they had never thought of before. Fu Yuanyuan knew since the beginning that Shen Xiang's talisman marking technique was extremely terrifying. But now that she'd seen it with her own two eyes, she understood why Shen Xiang was able to directly obtain the violet gold command token of the talisman marking department. At this moment, all the disciples of the Talisman Formation Academy acknowledged this eldest senior brother of theirs even more. Even the sect master of the colossal Kuan sect felt that he'd misjudged Qin Shi earlier. Qin, she was indeed a talisman marking genius. The most excited person was still Wang Tianwen because many people were filled with doubts about him. Now, Shen Xiang's performance was able to suppress all the voices of doubt. On the other hand, Fu Yuya's face gradually darkened. She knew that Shen Xiang was extremely talented. He indeed had the qualifications to obtain the status of a disciple of the talisman marking department. At this moment, she was extremely unhappy, extremely jealous, and filled with resentment toward Shen Xiang. "This is the Earth Lightning Sacred Shield Talisman that I've modified." Shen Xiang placed the sacred talisman on the table and said with a smile, "It can be used to attack and defend." Everyone exclaimed in admiration. They knew that he wasn't studying the talisman booklet on the spot, but modifying it on the spot. Zero Wang Tianwen immediately led a few elders over to prevent the Heavenless Divine Palace from tampering with the talisman during their inspection. Chapter 4173. Shen Xiang was also a disciple of the sacred Dan Institute and a disciple of the purple gold jade token. In terms of friendship, Shen Xiang and the principal of the sacred Dan Institute had a better relationship. After all, he was Dianyao's grandfather and an old acquaintance at that. Although Wang Tianwen had acknowledged Shen Xiang as his big brother, they had not known each other for long. Therefore, if the sacred Dan Institute needed help, Shen Xiang would definitely do his best to help. Leader De Kuan also hurried over to the sacred Dan Institute. Shen Xiang and the others also followed Wang Tianwen and the rest. Fu Yi knew that Shen Xiang was a disciple of the sacred Dan Institute, so she did not dare to doubt Shen Xiang anymore. After all, Shen Xiang had just defeated Jiang Feng of the Heavenless Divine Palace. Although Fu Yuya hated Shen Xiang very much, she was very curious about Shen Xiang's pill refining skills. Not only Fu Yuya, those who knew that Shen Xiang had passed the Sacred Dan Institute's examination all wanted to know if Xinxiang's pill refining skills were on par with his talisman techniques. The Sacred Dan Institute was a transcendent existence in the Great Kuan sect. Since ancient times, the various factions within the Great Kuan sect had never been able to infiltrate the Sacred Dan Institute. The main reason was because one needed true ability to enter the Sacred Dan Institute. Alchemists who could refine pills did not need to look at the faces of the various factions. Instead, the various powers had to look at the faces of the Sacred Dan Institute. Although the Talisman Institute had some status, Fu Yuya still dared to cause trouble. This meant that the Talisman Institute status was far inferior to the Sacred Dan Institute's. The Sacred Dan Institute was not too far away from the Talisman Institute, but the Sacred Dan Institute was on flat ground, unlike the Talisman Institute, which was on top of a mountain. The Sacred Dan Institute was extremely large, and its location was also the place with the densest divine energy. The reason why it took up so much space was mainly because it had to grow all sorts of medicinal herbs. Those medicinal fields were all important places, and the only place that people could enter was that cold courtyard. The courtyard was very cold, but it was also very spacious. The center of the courtyard was so spacious that it could be compared to a large plaza. The heavenless divine palace's celestial elixir courtyard had a total of more than a dozen people. They were all alchemists, and there were also young alchemists. For alchemists, having more than a dozen of them was already considered a big show of extravagance. They had already arrived here a long time ago. After Xinxiang entered, he looked around but did not see Du Hai. He recalled what Yu Dandan had said before. Du Hai rarely showed himself, and even in such an occasion he did not appear. Soon, Xinxiang saw Yu Dandan. When Yu Dandan saw Xinxiang, she was very happy. In her eyes, Xinxiang seemed to be the future successor of the Sacred Dan Institute, because it was Yu Dandan who contacted Du Hai and allowed him to reunite with Xinxiang. Du Hai gave her a lot of rewards, causing her status to increase by a lot. Now, she had actually become an elder of the Sacred Dan Institute. The Sacred Pill Academy had already informed the other elders of the Great Kuan sect about Yu Dandan becoming an elder, and released an announcement to the entire Great Kuan sect. As for Yu Dandan, she was wearing a white robe. Comparing her to the other alchemists, one could tell that her status was different. There was also a purple gold jade token hanging from her waist. At her age, possessing a purple gold jade token was equivalent to being an elder of the Sacred Dan Institute. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the people from the Rune Academy or the Combat Academy, after entering the Sacred Dan Institute, other than the headmaster, everyone else had to go over and greet Yu Dandan. Even Wang Tianwen had to go over and clasp his hands, greet him, and then congratulate him on being promoted to an elder or something. Xinxiang originally wanted to bow like the other disciples, but when Yu Dandan saw him, she immediately shouted, "Little Xin, there's no need to be so polite. You are a disciple of our Sacred Dan Institute. There's no need for that. There's no need for such etiquette." With that, Yu Dandan happily walked over and held on to Xinxiang's hand. Seeing this old granny's attitude toward Xinxiang, it was as if she was doting on her own grandson. Fu Yuya, Keqiudong, and the others were so jealous that their teeth itched. To receive such care from an elder of the Sacred Dan Institute meant that he could have endless pills to eat. Chapter 4174. Xinxiang also wanted to see how pills were refined in the sacred region. He wanted to see the standards of the young alchemists in the sacred region. Therefore, Xinxiang focused his attention on the young faces of the people from the Celestial Elixir Academy. What surprised him was that the person sent by the Celestial Elixir Academy to participate in the pill refining competition was not one of those young people, but a middle-aged man. As for the Sacred Dan Academy, they also sent a middle-aged man. Xinxiang frowned. This was out of his expectations. However, he also realized that on the Sacred Dan Academy side, there didn't seem to be any young faces. A middle-aged man's face could be considered very young. The next step was to check each other's pill furnaces and medicinal ingredients. It was Yu Dandan who went up to check. Everyone present remained silent. They did not dare to speak, or else they would be chased out. This was because when alchemists were refining pills, they had very strict requirements for the environment. Having people watching them caused them quite a bit of psychological pressure. It was already very good that they could be watched. If they continued to make a ruckus, they would definitely be chased out. To most people, watching alchemists refine pills was a very rare opportunity. Even though the process was very boring, they still wanted to see it. Under most circumstances, alchemists would refine pills in seclusion in a secret room. It was difficult to even watch. Xin Xiang retreated to Ku Yaming and Fu Yuanyuan's side. The two of them were now incomparably respectful towards Xin Xiang, a disciple of the great Kuan sect's two great courtyards. This identity was too frightening. Even if his cultivation was weak, he could do whatever he wanted in the great Kuan sect. Even Fuya would have to lower her head if she saw him. Of course, Xin Xiang did not put on any airs. If he was like Fuya, anyone who saw him would have to kneel down and greet him. Therefore, everyone had a good impression of Xin Xiang. It was because he had the two great courtyards' purple gold jade token that everyone completely ignored the black spots on his face. Instead, they felt that the black spots on his face were more and more pleasing to the eye. Sometimes it was like this. When a person had status and reputation, his appearance would be ignored, and people would find him pleasing to the eye. However, everyone still wanted to know Shan Xiang's alchemy level. After all, he was able to directly obtain the purple gold jade token, which made everyone want to know the process. On the other hand, the seniors of the Talisman Formation Academy, Sacred Pill Academy, and Skyless Divine Palace felt that Shen Xiang could only barely refine a pill. However, because he was a young alchemist and knew runes, the dean of the Sacred Elixir Academy gave him the purple gold jade token. In fact, in the eyes of these seniors, as long as it was someone like Shen Xiang who was 14 years old and knew how to refine pills, then no matter how well they refined, they would be qualified to receive the purple gold jade token, because this was really too rare. One had to know that many talented people would have to endure for decades before they could successfully refine pills. However, this was already very important. Yu Meng, have you ever seen anyone concoct pills before? Xin Xiang asked Ku Yaming in a low voice. This little girl was currently staring at the two alchemy furnaces. At the same time, she was also fantasizing how awe-inspiring it would be if she was a young alchemist. Ah, no, this is the first time I've seen it. Ku Yaming replied softly. She was also worried that she would disturb others. Young Master Shin, can you refine pills for me to see in the future? Fu Yuanyuan also asked softly. Of course, but there's nothing to see. The process is very boring. If you want to take a look, that's fine too. Xin Xiang laughed. He had an extremely stunning and dazzling pill refining technique, which was to use his divine sense to condense a transparent magic method furnace. He did not need other pill furnaces to refine pills, and everyone could see the process of condensing pills inside the magic method furnace. This was his unique skill in showing off. Normally, he would not reveal it so easily. Once he did, he would definitely reap a lot of jaws from shock. Elder Brother Shin, what kind of experience is it to know how to refine pills? Ku Yaming really wanted to know. I can't say for sure. However, I can teach you. Xin Xiang laughed. Besides Xin Xiang, there were also big shots like the leader of the great Kuan sect, Wang Tianwen, and the rest. When they heard Xin Xiang say that, they all turned their heads. He seemed to be asking, how old are you? You want to teach others how to refine pills? Chapter 4175. This kind of pill refining process was child's play to Xin Xiang, but he still watched very seriously. This was because he planned to learn it in the future. After all, his alchemy skills were too frightening, so he didn't want to be so high profile. After dealing with the medicinal ingredients, He placed the medicinal powder and medicinal liquid into the pill furnace and began the process of refining pills. Xin Xiang discovered that the alchemist on the side of the Celestial Elixir Academy would first put the medicinal powder into the pill furnace. As for the Sacred Dan Academy, they would first put in the medicinal liquid. They would first put one in, then refine it for a while before putting in the second. This seemed to be very particular, and the pill refining methods of the two were clearly different. Everyone only watched and did not comment because pill refining was too high-end for them. If they spouted nonsense without knowing anything, they would be despised by the alchemist present. Shan Xiang's eyes could penetrate the pill furnace and see the process inside. This was one of the abilities brought about by his powerful soul. He discovered that the refining method of pouring the medicinal powder into the pill furnace first would cause the interior of the pill furnace to be more irritable, but the medicinal aura it emitted would be even denser. If the medicinal liquid was poured in first, the interior of the pill furnace would be much gentler, but the medicinal aura would be relatively less. The disciples of the Sacred Dan Academy are going to lose. Xin Xiang thought in his heart. He had already seen through it. The Sacred Dan Academy would first pour in the medicinal liquid, causing the medicinal aura to not be dense enough. The only advantage was that it would be more stable, but the quality of the pill refining would definitely be affected. The Celestial Elixir Academy's side was not stable enough, and there was a risk of the furnace exploding. However, once they succeeded, the quality of the holy pellet would be extremely high. The pills they refined were all very basic St. Power Dan, which was also the best quality to appraise. It was impossible to say which of these two paths was better. During the competition, there was an element of gambling. On the side of the Sacred Dan Academy, they gambled on the explosion of the Celestial Elixir Academy's furnace. Once the furnace exploded, they would definitely win. On the other hand, the Celestial Elixir Institute was betting that it wouldn't explode. If it could get through the initial berserk medicinal aura, then the quality of the pill would definitely be extremely high. Shan Xiang secretly observed that the alchemist from the Celestial Elixir Institute had a very stable control over the interior of the pill furnace. He had safely passed through the violent phase of the medicinal aura, so the next step was to wait for the pill to condense. When it was almost 4 hours, they had all refined the Saint Power primary pill. The first to produce the pill was from the Sacred Dan Institute, but his expression was somewhat ugly because he knew that he had lost. On the other hand, the people from the Celestial Elixir Institute were all smiling proudly, as they knew that they had already won. These alchemists were more polite before, but in the end they were still very arrogant. After defeating their enemies, they would more or less reveal a proud expression. After the quality appraisal, the Sacred Dan Institute side was a mid-grade Saint Power Origin pill, while the Celestial Elixir Institute side was a mid-grade Saint Power Origin pill, which was slightly higher. The Celestial Elixir Institute could only be said to have won by a narrow margin, but in the end, they still won. I'm sorry. Friends from the Sacred Dan Institute, thank you. Thank you. The old man from the Celestial Elixir Institute laughed and said, "Today was supposed to be your joyous day. We did not mean to ruin your mood when we received a young alchemist. Please forgive us." These words sounded full of ridicule, but he couldn't say anything. Yu Dandan felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She wanted Xin Xiang to fight to regain her face, but the dean of the Sacred Dan Institute, Du Hai, had instructed her not to expose Xin Xiang's shocking alchemy skills. "Grandma Yu, let me spar with the senior brother from the Celestial Elixir Institute." Xin Xiang volunteered and asked. When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited. Everyone had long wanted to see the level of the disciple who had just entered the Sacred Dan Institute. Yu Dandan was in a difficult position. Xin Xiang secretly sent a sound transmission to Yu Dandan and said, "Grandma Yu didn't elder do instruct you not to let me fight?" "Yes," Yu Dandan nodded. "Don't worry, I'll use a common alchemy technique. I don't need to use my own. I just learned a common alchemy technique." Shen Xiang sent a sound transmission. I will definitely win. Elder Du also has an explanation. Chapter 4176. Only Alchemist had the right to comment on alchemy, so laymen did not dare to say anything. However, they could all see that the Celestial Elixir Academy was confident in their victory. Although Shen Xiang's refining method was the same as that of the Sacred Dan Institute disciple who had lost earlier, it only looked the same. On the other side, the Celestial Elixir Academy first put in the medicinal powder. The reaction between the medicinal powder and the flames was very intense, so it could produce a very dense medicinal aura. Then he would put in the medicinal liquid. At this time, after the medicinal liquid vaporized, it could directly fuse with the strong medicinal aura. The reason why Shen Xiang first put in the medicinal liquid was mainly to stabilize it. When the medicinal liquid entered the pill furnace, it could suppress the flames within the pill furnace to a certain extent, as well as reduce the temperature of the pill furnace. However, even if Shen Xiang first put in the medicinal liquid, it would still be able to cause the pill furnace to become irritable. For example, after he poured in the medicinal powder, he would strengthen the flame. This way, the flame and the medicinal powder would have a strong reaction. Not only that, he could even make the flame and the medicinal liquid collide with each other, producing an extremely intense reaction, which could stimulate an even denser medicinal aura. Shen Xiang mainly used a very high-level fire control technique, which was very easy for him to use. However, this was very difficult for many alchemists. This was because the flames that could burn holy medicines were extremely powerful to begin with. To be able to control it accurately and to be able to retract and release it freely, the requirements for the various alchemists were very high. If something went wrong, the furnace would directly explode. Shen Xiang was already very proficient in controlling the fire, so it was very easy for him. Of course, in order to not appear so shocking, Shen Xiang deliberately slowed down his speed. Otherwise, he would have been able to refine a batch of Saint Power Dan very quickly. Following that, Shen Xiang and the alchemist Guyan opposite him both entered a very quiet stage of refining pills. At this stage, it was essentially to control the flames to fully burn the medicinal ingredients and control the medicinal auras of the various medicinal ingredients to fuse into one. This process was very important and very difficult. To prevent the various medicinal auras and medicinal powders from rejecting each other was the biggest problem in refining pills. If this step was not done well, the later stages of core formation would definitely fail. But Shen Xiang easily passed through it. Moreover, he was still trying to secretly use the lifeless heavenly technique. The lifeless heavenly technique could condense lifeless heavenly dewdrops, and Shen Xiang could turn the condensed lifeless heavenly dewdrops into gas and quietly transport them into the pill furnace. In this way, the quality of the medicinal aura and medicinal powder could be improved. However, he was only testing it out a little. He didn't inject too much lifeless heavenly dew, in case the quality of the lifeless heavenly dew was shockingly high. Shen Xiang was suddenly faced with a problem. This was because he could refine several pills in this furnace of pills. The main reason was because he had refined a very dense medicinal aura, which was enough to condense 5 high-quality Saint Power Origin DNS from the medicinal powder. The reason why he said it was a problem was because if he really could condense 5 high-quality Saint Power Yuan Dan, it would definitely be very shocking. However, he didn't want to be so scary right now. After all, without the competition between the Celestial Elixir Academy and the Sacred Elixir Academy, both parties had only refined 1 pill each. Shen Xiang considered for a moment and could only endure his reluctance and control the leakage of the medicinal aura. Therefore, during the calm process of refining pills, a burst of pill fragrance suddenly spread throughout the crowd. Just smelling this pill fragrance made people feel extremely comfortable. The pill fragrance enveloped the entire courtyard, causing people to discuss in low voices. In the beginning, many people thought that Shen Xiang's pill refining skills were extremely brilliant. After all, he was able to refine such a fragrant pill. However, the elders from the Celestial Elixir Academy scoffed at this. They shook their heads and sighed. Young people are young people. If he can't even suppress the pill qi, how can he condense the pill? I'm afraid he's going to fail in condensing the pill. The pill fragrance is very fragrant, and the quality should be very good as well. Unfortunately, he can't suppress the pill qi. With no hope of condensing the pill, young people are eager for quick success and have an unstable temperament. It's very common for such mistakes to occur. Another old man from the Celestial Elixir Academy also sighed. They were all old pill refining masters, and they could distinguish the quality of the pill from the pill fragrance. If the pill was successfully condensed, the quality would definitely be excellent. In fact, they were already very surprised in their hearts because Xin Xiang, a 14-year-old youth, seemed to be very reckless, but he was able to refine such a fragrant Dan Qi, which was enough to show that he was talented. Even Yu Dandan was a little anxious for Shen Xiang, because the pill fragrance that wafted out was really too strong. That was the fragrance that was only in the process of condensing the pill. It was the pill qi that had passed through the medicinal qi stage. But now, the pill qi that was overflowing from Shen Xiang's furnace still showed no signs of weakening. The fragrance was also greedily absorbed by the people present. Chapter 4177. Everyone present fell into incomparable shock as they stared blankly at the two Saint Energy Origin pills that were slowly floating up from the pill furnace. This is a dual pill. It's been a long time since I've seen two pills. Sect leader De Kuan exclaimed. This was an extremely profound pill technique. Alchemists who could master this kind of pill technique were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, rarely seen in 10,000 years. Yu Dandan suddenly came back to her senses. The reason Xin Xiang had released a large amount of pill qi earlier was to deliberately conceal himself. Otherwise, Xin Xiang would have been able to condense several pills at the same time. Dual pills were extremely talented, but this was not Xin Xiang's true level. I understand. Because it's two pills. That's why they emitted such a strong pill qi. It's not that they can't suppress the pill qi, but that the pill qi is too strong. If they don't release the pressure, it will be difficult to succeed. An old man from the Sacred Pill Academy exclaimed. I just don't know how he did it. He was actually able to refine two high-quality pills. There's only one possibility, it's his flames. Could it be he was born with a sacred fire seed? The alchemists on the side of the Sacred Pill Academy were all in an uproar as they discussed. Only the dean of the Sacred Pill Academy, Du Hai, could achieve the technique of refining two pills in one furnace. Now the Sacred Pill Academy, the Rune Academy, and the sect leader of the Great Kuan Academy all understood why the dean of the Sacred Pill Academy would give Xin Xiang the purple gold jade token. If Shen Xiang was not worthy, then no one was worthy of the purple gold jade token. At this moment, Wang Tianwen also recalled that Shen Xiang had said before that he preferred to refine pills, and that runes were something he could casually learn. This was the most infuriating part. Runes were just casually learned, and they were already so powerful. If he were to seriously learn them, what would happen? The people from the Celestial Elixir Academy were all speechless because they were also shocked. Li Lingfei and the other rune masters also felt that it was inconceivable. This was because Xin Xiang's level of runes was also a genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years. To be proficient in both pills and runes at the same time, he might be a genius that hadn't appeared in tens of thousands of years. At that instant, Fu Yuya and the others felt a great impact in their hearts. This was because they had heard from the honorable seniors that Xin Xiang was a peerless genius that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. With such a status, it was easy to imagine what kind of development he would have in De Kuan's sect. Even if Xin Xiang was not the sect leader in the future, his status would definitely be far above the sect leaders. The sect leader and elder were just doing odd jobs. The great Kuan sect's Rune Dean and the Sacred Elixir Dean were both very domineering in front of the sect master. If Shenxiang could take charge of the two courtyards in the future, wouldn't he be an invincible existence in the Kuan sect? In front of Shenxiang, Fu Yuya was really just a fart. You've lost. Yu Dandan smiled. Gu Yan, who was fighting with Shenxiang, was still somewhat unconvinced. He shouted, "Test the quality. Maybe the quality of the two pills added together is not as good as one of mine." Many old alchemists shook their heads because, from the light and the pill fragrance, it was impossible for the quality to be low. However, they were also very curious about the quality of Shenxiang's two pills. "Sure." Yu Dandan smiled and made a please gesture, allowing the non-Celestial Elixir Academy to conduct the test. An old man stepped forward with a testing tool. After testing one pill, his hands trembled slightly. 98. Top-grade Saint Power Origin Pill. The second pill, 100. It's also a top-grade Saint Power Origin Pill. A batch of 2 pills, both of them of the highest grade. This once again shocked the entire Sacred Elixir Academy and everyone present. What kind of superb alchemy skills was this? Who had inherited it? Chapter 40-178. The All Heavens Hall was the sworn enemy of the Heavenless Divine Palace. Furthermore, the All Heavens Hall had always been very powerful and had appeared earlier than the Heavenless Divine Palace. Although the Heavenless Divine Palace was also one of the 6 clans of Life Spirit, they did not care much about the Heavenless Divine Palace in the World Pride universe, which was why the Heavenless Divine Palace fell behind the All Heavens Hall. Shenxiang's words angered the people of the Heavenless Divine Palace, but they could not refute it because they knew very well that Shenxiang was telling the truth. The Heavenless Divine Palace wanted to poach Shenxiang, but if Shenxiang wanted to leave the Great Kuan sect, why didn't he go to the All Heavens Hall? Therefore, this was a slap in the face for the Heavenless Divine Palace. Shenxiang had helped the Great Kuan sect win 2 matches, and he had even crushed his opponents. He could no longer keep a low profile. His name would soon spread throughout the entire Saint Shen planet. At that time, all the major powers of the Saint Shen planet would know about him. Shenxiang had previously thought about whether he should act in a high-profile manner in the sacred region, although the Celestial Clan's mother had warned him to keep a low profile. However, after thinking about it, Shenxiang decided to give it a try. If he became famous in the sacred region, would the 6 clans of Life Spirit be alarmed? Would they send people to find him when they heard his name? And would that eccentric beast Shakyamuni also come looking for him? The main reason was that Shenxiang could not bear the loneliness. In his opinion, if he kept a low profile, it would be less exciting and fun. If the 6 clans of Life Spirit really came to find trouble with him, it might stimulate him to cultivate faster. When the Heavenless Divine Palace came to the Great Kuan sect this time, they had only defeated the Combat Academy. When facing the Rune Academy and the Sacred Elixir Academy, they had lost miserably. Especially in the competition between Shenxiang and Guyan, the Celestial Elixir Academy had lost everything they had won previously and even lost a lot of money. As for what they were, Shenxiang did not know. After the competition ended, Yu Dandan asked the others to leave and then brought Shenxiang to the largest and tallest building in the Sacred Elixir Academy. Shenxiang told Ku Yaming and Fu Yuan to return to the dragon's arrival in first and promised Ku Yaming that he would return soon. When Ku Yaming left, she was very reluctant to part with him. She was worried that Shenxiang would stay in the Sacred Dan Institute for a long time, and then the distance between the two of them would grow further and further. The Kuan sect master and Wang Tianwen both wanted to say a few more words to Shenxiang. However, they were taken away by Yu Dandan before they had the chance. They did not dare to snatch people from the Sacred Dan Institute, so they could only leave. After Shenxiang left the Sacred Dan Institute, they would go and find Shenxiang. The other disciples of the Sacred Dan Institute were very satisfied with this new disciple. They all thought that Shen Xiang would be the successor of the Sacred Dan Institute. Yu Dandan brought Shen Xiang into the building. They did not directly go to the top floor, but through a transmission array, they entered a very deep underground floor. The Sacred Dan Institute actually had a huge underground building. This seemed to be a secret. After entering deep underground, Shen Xiang arrived at a very spacious underground plaza. It was not a problem to accommodate tens of thousands of people here. Furthermore, it was very bright, with a light that was close to sunlight. When Shen Xiang felt the light, he knew that this light could speed up the growth of medicinal herbs. Principal, little Shen is here. Yu Dandan shouted towards the empty medicinal field, then turned and left. After Yu Dandan left, Du Hai walked out from a small building with a smile on his face. Grandpa Du, is this your secret base? Shen Xiang laughed. What do you plan to plant? It took me many years to build this place. The stones inlaid on the top floor are all precious gems that I have collected during my many years of traveling the universe. Du Hai said, there is a holy spring here. In the future, the holy medicines that I will plant will all be precious holy medicines that I have collected over the years. Grandpa Du, do you know everything that happened up there? Shen Xiang asked. The Celestial Elixir Academy is still the same as before. They always like to come and compete with us. This time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise they would have lost miserably. Du Hai laughed. Little Shen, this is your reward. Du Hai knew that Shen Xiang was very powerful, but he still treated him as a junior and cared for him. Furthermore, he knew that Shen Xiang's cultivation was currently low and he needed a holy pellet. What kind of holy pellet is this? Shen Xiang took the bottle. Third stage, Sacred Energy Dan. What you refined before was the first stage, but the highest level of Sacred Energy Dan is the 10th stage. Furthermore, the medicinal ingredients used to refine the Sacred Energy Dan are different. Other than requiring a high age, you also need to add special aged medicinal ingredients in order to refine a higher level Sacred Energy Dan. Du Hai said, how much are these 10 pills worth? Shen Xiang asked curiously. Chapter 4179. Shen Xiang was a disciple of the Sacred Pill Institution and the Rune Institution. Furthermore, the Saint Energy Origin pills he refined were all top grade, and he could even refine 2 pills in one furnace. As long as they had a good relationship with him and entrusted him to refine the Saint Energy Origin pill, there would definitely be no problem. After all, he could refine a furnace of pills very quickly. It was very difficult to befriend Shen Xiang, but the people who came to the dragon's arrival and would not let go of any opportunity to curry favor with Shen Xiang. In their opinion, Shen Xiang was the most powerful person in the Great Kuan sect in the future. If there was a glimmer of hope to befriend Shen Xiang, no matter the price, it would be worth it. When Shen Xiang came out of the teleportation room, the fat manager said embarrassedly, Young Master Shen, because of your reputation, our inn is very popular. But don't worry, we will definitely ensure that young Master Shen will not be disturbed. Brother Shen, when Ku Yameng saw Shen Xiang, she happily jogged over from the living room. Brother Fatty, don't let those people disturb Yameng, okay? Shen Xiang touched Ku Yameng's face. Of course. The fat manager nodded repeatedly. He was the first to know about Shen Xiang's matter in the Rune Institution and the Sacred Pill Institution. He quickly sent this matter back to the Azure Water Dragon sect in the Azure Water Sea City. After all, Shen Xiang was now an honored guest of the dragon's arrival inn. The fat manager hoped that the Azure Water Dragon sect would seize this opportunity to befriend Shen Xiang. After all, this was very beneficial to the Azure Water Dragon sect. Yameng, where's Yuan Yuan? Shen Xiang did not see Fu Yuan Yuan. She said she went to find Grandma Kuan Min. Ku Yameng said in a low voice. Shen Xiang also nodded. Fu Yuan Yuan should have gone to find Kuan Min and told her about Shen Xiang. "Oh, right, young Master Shin, that the sect master of the great Kuan sect and the dean of the Rune Institution are waiting in a living room that I arranged. Is it convenient for you to meet them now?" The fat manager coughed dryly. He also felt that it was somewhat inconceivable, because when the great Kuan sect master saw Xinxiang, he actually couldn't meet him directly and had to behave himself. "Of course it's convenient. Quickly invite them up." Xinxiang immediately laughed. "I should have invited them up here earlier to wait for me." "I'll go now." The fat shopkeeper hurriedly went personally. Not long after, the great Kuan sect master and Wang Tianwen arrived. These two old men had extremely high statuses in the great Kuan sect, but they still had to pay a visit to a junior. Ku Yumeng became very cautious. She naturally knew that these two old men had a very high status, so she did not dare to speak too much. Xinxiang and Ku Yumeng also greeted the two elders politely. "Little Shin, no wonder you weren't willing to stay in the Rune courtyard." When Wang Tianwen arrived here and saw the luxurious hall and the table filled with saint fruits, he roared with laughter and said, "If it was me, I wouldn't stay in the Talisman Formation courtyard as well." "Little Shin, then do you live in the Sacred Dan Academy?" Leader de Kuan asked. The smile on Wang Tianwen's face lessened. If Xinxiang were to stay in the Sacred Dan Academy, it would be a huge blow to the Rune courtyard. After all, Xinxiang was a disciple of both the Rune courtyard and the Sacred Dan Academy. If Xinxiang chose the Sacred Dan Academy, it meant that his focus was not on the Rune courtyard. "I don't even want to stay. Even the Sacred Dan Academy isn't as comfortable as this place." Xinxiang chuckled and said, "I wonder why Sect Master and Dean are here?" Wang Tianwen's face was once again filled with a thick smile. The fat shopkeeper had already left. After all, he was just an outsider. Ku Yumeng originally wanted to leave as well, but the great Kuan sect master told her to stay. "Yumeng, right? I've seen you a few times. Don't worry, your father, Elder Ku, will be released from prison very soon. He was framed," the great Kuan sect master said. "Is that so? Thank you, sect master, for clearing my father's name." Ku Yumeng was very happy and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "You're welcome. Actually, this is all thanks to Little Shin." The great Kuan sect master chuckled because he had indeed received Kuan Min's orders. Kuan Min, the founding ancestor, has been missing for a period of time. Now he suddenly contacted him and asked them to arrange someone to investigate Ku Yuanfei. Ku Yumeng and Xinxiang are together. Think about it and know what is going on. "Thank you, Brother Shin." Ku Yumeng was truly grateful to Xinxiang. Chapter 4180. Ku Yumeng didn't think much of it and sighed. "Brother Shin, there won't be any problems. The Combat Academy has suffered a huge loss this time, so us Combat Academy disciples have to help the Combat Academy earn it back. It's not like you guys lost the resources of the Combat Academy, so why should you guys earn them? It's Fuyuya and the other purple gold jade token disciples who are arrogant and conceited, unable to defeat the heavenless divine palace." Xinxiang was very unhappy and said, "I will go and talk to the headmaster. Let you stay." "Brother Shin, no need, no need. I must go. After all, I am a member of the Combat Academy." Ku Yumeng was still very responsible, and she did not want others to say that she was afraid of stage fright. Xinxiang was very sure that someone wanted to secretly take revenge on Ku Yumeng, and it was very likely that it was her evil sister. Ku Chiodong was not a good person either, and her mother was the punishment elder. She could not deal with Xinxiang, but could she not deal with Ku Yumeng? Furthermore, she already knew that the headmaster was going to investigate Ku Yuanfei's matter. If she investigated clearly and Ku Yuanfei was acquitted, then it would be even more difficult to make a move on Ku Yumeng. In short, Xinxiang thought that it was Ku Chiodong and her brother who wanted to secretly make things difficult for Ku Yumeng. Will the disciples of the purple gold jade token be sent out? How do you disciples of the Combat Academy usually earn heavenly jewels? Shin Xiang did not stop Ku Yuming from going because he planned to secretly follow her. The purple gold jade token will be sent out, mainly to fight some evil beast. The powerful evil beast is full of treasures. Furthermore, the evil beast will often threaten the territory of some small sects or families. If they can't deal with it, they will let us go. Ku Yuming said, "Then what are you going to do this time?" Shen Xiang had already decided to secretly follow Ku Yuming and see who wanted to deal with this pure little girl. To fight the evil beast, west of the Great Kuan Gate, there is a large forest 2 days away. There are a large number of evil beasts there. These evil beasts rarely come out, but sometimes they will come out and attack the nearby small cities. Ku Yuming said, "Anyway, father is coming out soon. I have to do it well this time and make him happy." Yumeng, are you at the peak of the Saint Realm? Just a little bit more to reach the Great Sage Realm, right? Xinxiang asked. And I've been stuck in this realm for a long time. Ku Yumeng sighed softly, so I also want to go out and gain experience. Maybe I can break through. When are you leaving? Xinxiang asked again. We'll assemble tomorrow morning. But I plan to go now and familiarize myself with the other senior brothers and sisters. Ku Yumeng said, Brother Shin, Sister Yuan will be back soon. Help me tell her. Sure. Shin Xiang nodded and took out a storage box. This was what Wang Tianwen had given him along with the 300 million heaven jewels. And there were saint talismans and some saint domain equipment inside. Yumeng, take these holy talismans and this armor. You must use them when necessary. Don't save them. Shin Xiang pushed them over. When Ku Yumeng saw the dozen holy talismans, she was shocked speechless. Shin Xiang was somewhat speechless. After all, this Ku Yumeng was also the daughter of an elder. Why did it seem like she had never seen the world? Brother Shen, I can't take it. It's too precious. Of course, Ku Yumeng wanted it, but she still resisted the temptation. This is nothing to me. Besides, I don't need to run around right now. Furthermore, I am a talisman master, an alchemist, and a disciple of the purple gold jade token. If I want a holy talisman, I can just ask the dean for it. Shen Xiang laughed. You also heard the dean say that he would give me 300 million heaven jewels every year. Do you think I would be very poor? Brother Shin, you're really amazing. You're so young that you're even more capable than my father. I'm afraid it's difficult for him to earn your wealth. Ku Yumeng sighed with emotion. So take it. You're the first good friend I've met since I came out of the mountains. I don't want anything to happen to you. Shin Xiang smiled and said, You call me big brother, so you're my good sister. So don't make me worry, okay? Thank you, Brother Shin. Ku Yumeng felt warmth in her heart. Previously, she was often bullied by the evil sisters and brothers, but now that she felt the concern of this big brother, Shin Xiang, it made her feel very warm and happy. Ku Yumeng accepted the holy talisman from Shin Xiang, and then was given a large pile of holy fruits by Shin Xiang. Furthermore, she was told to keep a low profile and not let anyone know. She remembered Shin Xiang's words in her heart. She might not listen to the words of others, but she would definitely listen to Shin Xiang's words. When Ku Yumeng left the Dragon's Arrival Inn, Shin Xiang even asked Fatty Bro to send an expert to drive a carriage to send her to the Battle Academy. Then, Shin Xiang sent the demonic shadow Divine Soul to follow Ku Yumeng, while he waited for Fu Yuan to return. Not long after, Fu Yuan returned to the Dragon's Arrival Inn. She could have stayed in the guest's villa, but she still felt that the Dragon's Arrival Inn was more comfortable, and she also wanted to be with Shin Xiang. After Fu Yuan returned, Shin Xiang immediately told her that Ku Yumeng was going out to carry out a mission. She was not as simple as Ku Yumeng. Like Shin Xiang, she immediately thought that someone was secretly targeting Ku Yumeng after learning about this matter. Yumeng shouldn't be sent out at her age, even if the Battle Academy has suffered great losses. Fu Yuanyuan frowned and said, "Young Master Shin, do you want me to ask Grandma Kuan-min to help Yameng? Or should I ask the headmaster?" Chapter 40, 181. Ku Yuming's team was riding on warhorses. These warhorses were very big and ran very fast. Moreover, they were also wearing armor. Along the way, their movements were not small. Shan Xiang did not ride on the 6 realms mirrors to fly. Instead, he ran on the ground and released the Saint Soul puppet he had obtained previously. The Saint Soul puppet flew in front and floated in the air, paying attention to the movements around Ku Yameng. The Spectre Divine Soul was also staring at the leader, Ku Yuming's brother, Ku Fengping. Shan Xiang felt that things were not that simple. Although Ku Yameng was naive and pure, she had learned a lot in the past few days following Xinxiang. She knew that people were sinister, now that her brother had suddenly asked her to follow him on a mission, and she had immediately agreed. It was obvious that Ku Fengping had used some sort of method to force Ku Yameng to agree. Xinxiang was only speculating. He did not know why Ku Yameng would hide it from him and even follow him out so decisively. However, he was sure that Ku Fengping wanted to make a move on Ku Yameng. Ku Fengping was also a very handsome youth, but he had a straight face and was expressionless. He looked very cold, and even though he had a handsome face, his face was very fierce and cold. After the fat shopkeeper sent a message to Xinxiang, about 4 hours later, Fu Yuanyuan also sent a message to Xinxiang, telling him that Yuan Fei had been released. "Yuanyuan, is Uncle Ku awake?" Xinxiang asked. He had already heard about it from the fat shopkeeper. Although the fat shopkeeper was not a disciple of the great Kuan sect, he was very well informed. "Not yet. He was injured, and I don't know why he was injured." Fu Yuanyuan said, "Is it that punishment elder? She was the one who sent Uncle Ku to jail. Also, now that we have found out that he was framed, is there anyone who is responsible for this matter? No one has been punished because of this." Xinxiang never thought that the great Kuan sect was so dark that even an elder like Yuan Fei would be schemed against like this. Previously, the people who reported Elder Ku and said that Elder Ku leaked the great Kuan sect's important secret manuals were his children, Ku Chiotong and Ku Fengping. Fu Yuanyuan said, "They are Yuan Fei's children, all right." Xinxiang sighed. "What a pair of good children. How's Yameng doing?" Fu Yuanyuan was still very worried about Ku Yameng. She had been with Ku Yameng for the past few days, and she liked this little girl more and more. "There is no movement for the time being. They are on their way to the evil beast forest. I am following them," Xinxiang said. "Yuanyuan, don't tell anyone about me leaving the great Kuan sect." "I will keep it a secret." Fu Yuanyuan nodded. Xinxiang had also confirmed through his heart that Fu Yuanyuan was a trustworthy person. That was why he believed her. Otherwise, he would not have let Fu Yuanyuan stay at the Dragon Arrival Inn. "Oh, right, young Master Shin. Grandma Kuan-min is going into seclusion and has already left the guest villa. Therefore, during this period of time, it's best that you don't offend too many people in the great Kuan sect." Fu Yuanyuan said, "She will definitely take action. She wants to suppress you. I have never placed her in my eyes." Shan Xiang said, "Furthermore, she doesn't have the ability to suppress me. It's the power behind her who wants to suppress me, right?" "Yes. My parents, my grandparents, and Fu Yuya's maternal family want to support Fu Yuya so that she can inherit the position of sect master of the great Kuan sect in the future." Fu Yuanyuan sighed. "We will talk about this when we get back." Shan Xiang kept the communication talisman and continued to pay attention to Ku Yuming's situation. Night they did not rest and continued to rush towards the evil beast forest. It would have taken a total of 2 days to travel, but now it was only a day and a half. Xinxiang released the Holy Soul puppet in the air and saw a dense sea of trees in front of them. A large number of incomparably large, dark green ancient trees formed a forest. Each tree was over 100 feet tall. Although they looked like ancient trees, They were filled with exuberant vitality. At night, they finally entered the forest. Xinxiang was now even more vigilant. After entering the evil beast forest and leaving the great Ku insect, it was about time to make a move. If Ku Fengping were to attack Ku Yumeng here, no one in the great Ku insect would know. If Ku Yumeng died, at most, it would be said that she was weak and was killed by the evil beast. Ku Fengping would not be responsible. Rest here. Ku Yumeng, follow me to patrol the surroundings so that they can safely set up camp. Ku Fengping shouted coldly, then jumped down from his horse. Chapter 4182. Xinxiang had already controlled the Holy Soul puppet to float above Ku Fengping. He could descend and restrain Ku Fengping at any time. Ku Yumeng was still very vigilant. She had always maintained a distance from Ku Fengping. As long as Ku Fengping approached her, she would move her feet and not let Ku Fengping approach her. Ku Fengping was not in a hurry to make a move. He seemed to be very confident that he could convince Ku Yumeng. Furthermore, in his eyes, Ku Yumeng would definitely fall into his hands and would not be able to escape. Little girl, if you don't listen to me, then I'll capture you and threaten your father. He'll also help me poison you. Ku Fengping laughed. Do you want to test if your father truly treats you as his daughter? You're so despicable, Ku Yumeng said angrily. Not only can I threaten Ku Yuanfei, I can also use you to threaten Xinxiang. That guy is pretty good to you. I might even be able to force out the secret manual of alchemy from him. Ku Fengping laughed complacently. As long as I can get rid of Xinxiang, Ya will agree to go on a date with me. Ha ha ha. Fu Yuya ordered you to do this. Ku Yumeng never thought that Fu Yuya would be so vicious. Of course, she didn't come directly to me. I don't have the qualifications to see her right now. It was Ku Qiutong who sent the message. As long as I do this well, the distance between me and Yuya will be one step closer. Ku Fengping seemed to be dreaming, as if he could obtain Fu Yuya. Xinxiang never thought that Fu Yuya would actually be willing to use her beauty to achieve her goal. This seemingly cold and aloof person was actually this kind of woman. As long as I die, your plan will fail. I won't let you succeed. Ku Yumeng's expression was resolute. She mustered her courage and shouted, I'm going to fight it out with you. Ha ha ha. Come on. Let's see what you can do to me. Oh, right. Don't even think about committing suicide. You little girl are too useful. You can threaten Ku Yuanfei, and you can also threaten Xinxiang. I won't let you die. Ku Fengping laughed. Ku Yumeng quickly released 3 holy talismans from her storage bracelet and threw them at Ku Fengping. This was something that Ku Fengping had not expected, because in his impression, Ku Yumeng was very weak. He and Ku Qiutong had bullied this silly girl for many years and had long obliterated her will to resist. Moreover, he had never known that Ku Yumeng had such a saint talisman. Ku Yumeng threw out 3 holy talismans. One of them was a body-securing talisman, which froze Ku Fengping for a few seconds. As for the other 2, they were sacred talismans of fire and lightning. In an instant, Ku Fengping's face was covered in dust. So strong! Ku Yumeng was shocked. These saint talismans were given to Xinxiang by Wang Tianwen, the Rune Dao Dean. Naturally, they were all good stuff. Although Xinxiang did not care for these holy talismans, for someone at Ku Yumeng's level, they were very useful and powerful. Even Ku Fengping, a great sage, found it difficult to resist this kind of holy talisman. He was injured by Ku Yumeng's explosion in just a few moves. Why do you have a level 3 saint talisman? Ku Fengping immediately thought of the reason. Xinxiang gave it to her. Xinxiang was the head disciple of the Rune Dao Institute. Would he have a level 3 saint talisman in his hands? Of course not. Moreover, it was the best level 3 saint talisman. Actually, using a level 2 saint talisman was enough to fight a great sage. Level 3 saint talisman could be used to fight a sage master. Ku Yumeng retreated repeatedly. She was also very shocked by the power of a level 3 Saint Talisman. It was her first time using a Saint Talisman of this level. Seeing how powerful the level 3 Saint Talisman was, she was no longer flustered and immediately took out a few more. You want to harm my father and big brother Shin. I'll beat you to death today. Ku Yuming already had killing intent. If you kill me, your father will never wake up. Do you want your father or your big brother Shin? Choose for yourself. Ku Fengping laughed loudly and said, So what if you can injure me? But you can't save your father. Ku Fengping seemed to be very confident that he could play with Ku Yuming's heart. He was certain that a little girl like Ku Yuming would definitely fall for this trick. Big Brother Shin is a purple gold jade token disciple of the Sacred Pill Academy. This is something that the Dean of the Sacred Pill Academy recognizes. Big Brother Shin definitely knows the Dean of the Sacred Pill Academy. I believe that the Dean of the Sacred Pill Academy will definitely be able to save Father, Ku Yuming said. Ku Fengping's laughter suddenly stopped. It was indeed not a problem for the Dean of the Sacred Pill Academy to make a move. He never thought that this little girl would actually be so smart. Ku Yuming, just you wait. You suddenly attacked me. This is betraying your sect. When I report this, you will definitely go to jail. Even Shen Xiang won't be able to save you. As Ku Fengping spoke, he took out a communication talisman. However, at this moment, a throwing knife suddenly appeared and shattered the communication talisman in Ku Fengping's hand. Chapter 40, 183. Ku Fengping was in extreme pain as he let out a mournful roar. However, Shen Xiang had no intention of letting him go. Ku Yuming had already trotted over and hid behind Shen Xiang. This made her feel completely safe. When she saw Ku Fengping's current appearance, she did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy. After this incident, she was very clear that if she were to be merciful, the ones who would die would be herself and the people around her. She finally understood that Ku Fengping was an unscrupulous person. In order to achieve his goal, he would definitely torture her crazily and force her to poison Shen Xiang. In the end, he might not even save her father, and might even continue to threaten her. Yuming, quickly save me. Quickly plead with Lord Shen. I'm your big brother. Are you just going to watch me die like this? Ku Fengping cried for help. Bad guy, why should I save you? Ku Yuming looked at Ku Fengping with a cold face. Shen Xiang was very gratified just now and rubbed Ku Yuming's head. If Ku Yuming pleaded for mercy, it meant that she had not been beaten enough. The reason why he did not immediately make a move was because he wanted to see how Ku Yuming would deal with it. He was quite satisfied with the way this little girl had dealt with Ku Fengping. If I die, you won't be able to explain yourself when you go back. Ku Fengping said with a sinister expression. Don't forget, my mother is the punishment elder. Furthermore, Ku Chiodong also knows about my operation this time. If I don't return, she will definitely explain it to my mother. When Ku Yuming heard him say this, she was also somewhat worried. Yuming, don't worry. I can handle it. Shen Xiang had already thought of a way. Ku Yuming also nodded. She trusted Shen Xiang very much and did not ask what method he had. She only knew that Shen Xiang would definitely take care of it. After Ku Fengping's soul was tortured for a while, Shen Xiang allowed the Demon Shadow's divine soul to possess him. Shen Xiang walked over and used the soul-absorbing devil spell to assist the Demon Shadow's divine soul in devouring Ku Fengping's soul. Very quickly, Ku Fengping's soul was devoured and his memories were obtained by the Demon Shadow's divine soul. Ku Fengping lay on the ground without moving. His body was still fine, but his soul was gone. Demon Shadow, what do you think? Can you get used to it? Shen Xiang asked. Ku Fengping, who was lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up and nodded at Shen Xiang. Absolutely. Leave the rest to me. Good. Shen Xiang smiled and said, Get it done as soon as possible and then come back to me. Ku Yuming was stunned by what she saw. Yuming, this is my friend. He used a secret technique to possess Ku Fingping's body. You can follow him without worry, Xinxiang said with a smile. Ah, Ku Yameng had never heard of such a method, but she trusted Xinxiang very much. Moreover, seeing that Ku Fingping's eyes were very gentle, she became even more relaxed. After that, Xinxiang continued to hide while the demonic shadow divine soul brought Ku Yameng back to the camp. After they returned, the others didn't say anything. They only thought that the siblings had returned from their patrol. Junior brothers, we shouldn't stay here for long. There are traces of the evil Beast King. According to the sect rules, we can leave if we encounter this kind of evil Beast King. Demon Shadow Divine Soul said. The Demon Shadow's divine soul possessed Ku Fingping's body. Naturally, he wanted to leave this place immediately and return to the great Kuan sect to use Ku Fingping's body to court death. Hearing that the evil Beast King had appeared, the others could no longer remain calm. Their faces were filled with panic. Then, let's leave quickly. Yes, this is allowed. We don't need the camp. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. Everyone expressed their opinions. Soon after, they immediately mounted their horses and returned to the great Kuan sect. Chapter 40, 184. The mother of the Tian clan had asked the 100 Flowers World for help, so Xinxiang was in a hurry to contact the mother of the Tian clan to ask about the situation of the 100 Flowers World. Currently, the world-defying stage was changing rapidly, and the changes within the world-defying stage were even faster. Xinxiang had not contacted the world-defying stage for a long time. He had tried to use the 6 realms mirrors and the communication talisman to contact the world-defying stage, but he did not succeed. He did not know why. What important news does the mother of the Tian clan have? Seeing that Ku Yuanfei was about to sit up, Xinxiang immediately went over to support him. Ku Yuanfei took out a special communication talisman and handed it to Xinxiang, saying, "Only you can read the secret letter she sent." Xinxiang took it and used his own consciousness to read it. Young Master Xin, there is a new situation in the world-defying stage universe. I have lost contact with the divine realm, and it is difficult to contact anyone outside the world-defying stage universe. All 6 clans of the Life Soul have lost contact, and we can no longer contact them. My guess is that the great Life Soul of the world-defying stage universe has gradually grown up, and its control over the world-defying stage universe has become more firm. The sacred domain, the divine realm, and the other spaces have all been completely cut off. Completely severing the connection between these spaces can prevent cross-space travel from disturbing the order. This soul clone of mine will become weaker and weaker. Right now, I can no longer sense my original body soul. As for what will happen in the future, our Heavenly Mother Soul clan will have other arrangements. The Heavenly Mother Soul clan left quite a few people in the sacred domain, and there are also people in the 100 Flowers World. Even if I am not in the sacred domain, they can still complete the mission. Young Master Shen, you have to be careful. It is unknown how the world-defying stage universe will evolve in the future. I hope that everything will be on the right track. The mother of the Tian clan had transmitted a lot of information, and after Xinxiang finished reading it, he was also extremely confused and surprised. He suddenly remembered that when he contacted Guaning earlier, she had said that something had happened to their Kuan clan, so she could not come find him for the time being. And now, it seemed that he might not even be able to contact Guaning, which meant that he did not need to refine a hair growth pill for her in a short period of time. If Guaning could not come, it meant that the entire sacred domain of the Proud World universe had been reinforced, making it difficult to communicate across space. However, it was not a problem to come to the sanctuary from the world-defying stage. This was because there was a great life spirit in the world defying heavens and earth. After breaking through, one could directly enter the sacred domain according to the laws of the world defying heavens and earth. Kuan Min was in seclusion, so Guaning couldn't come. Shen Xiang had temporarily lost the protection of these two great backers, but he was not worried because he still had Du Hai and Wang Tianwen. However, if the situation was really dire, they might not be able to protect him. Shen Xiang thought of another possibility. If the major forces in the Saint Realm couldn't communicate with their superiors, then the leaders of the various forces in the Saint Realm might go on their own and establish their own territories. For example, the highest authority of the All Heavens Hall in the Sacred Region, or the group of people in charge, did not receive orders from the Sacred Region, so they were cut off from the Sacred Region. Then they would be able to do as they pleased. After all, grasping supreme authority would cause the greed in the depths of one's heart to rapidly swell. Thinking of this, it meant that the Sacred Region would most likely fall into a short period of chaos. First, the various forces would fight for power, then the various forces would fight each other for resources and territory. In the past, it was very easy to pass between the Sacred Region and the Divine Region. There would often be upper echelons from the Divine Region descending with large amounts of resources as rewards. Without the support of the Divine Region's resources, then the giants in the Sacred Region would need even more resources, causing them to fight for it until their heads bled. The sudden change in the world-defying stage universe is really a headache, but it's not a bad thing for me. This meant that he could develop steadily in the Sacred Region. Even if the 6 races of life spirit knew that he was in the Sacred Region, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Uncle Kuo, rest well. You'll be able to recover in a few days. Shen Xiang said, after you recover, you must be careful. That punishment elder will definitely think of a way to deal with you. I know. Ku Yuanfei nodded. Thank you, little Shin. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid I would have died a tragic death in prison. You're welcome. Shen Xiang smiled. Shen Xiang walked out of the room. He was now thinking about what to do next. The Sacred Region would definitely be in chaos in the future. There were many factions within the Great Kuan sect. If they fought for power, it was inevitable that they would fight. Chapter 4185. Shen Xiang wanted 2 female bodyguards, and his requirements were very high. Not only did they have to be young and beautiful, but they also had to be Saint King Realm cultivators. It was impossible for a young woman in the Saint King Realm to act as a bodyguard for someone else. This woman had cultivated for many years and stepped into the Saint King Realm. The reason she had such a youthful appearance was because she had consumed many pills over the years. This was a huge expense to begin with, and in addition to the resources needed to maintain the cultivation, he would need even more resources. This kind of woman was usually born in a top aristocratic family, backed by a powerful force. Or perhaps her husband's status and cultivation were extremely high. Of course, there were exceptions, such as those who joined a sect and relied on their own efforts to obtain resources. However, these people were all geniuses among geniuses, and their positions in the sect were extremely high. They were all at the level of elders, so how could they be the bodyguards of others? Fu Yuya's cultivation level was not considered high, but she was already arrogant. In the Great Kuan sect, the number of male disciples who knelt and licked her could circle the entire Great Kuan sect a few times. So if it was a female holy king, how could it be? After Shen Xiang returned to the luxurious suite on the top floor, he contacted the fat manager with the messaging charm and asked, Brother Fatty, what's the cultivation of that female bodyguard? Is it the female Saint King? She said that she was only a Saint Monarch, but if she can defeat a Saint King, then she can barely be considered a Saint King. Young Master Shin, I've tried very hard to find one. It's good enough that I found one. The fat shopkeeper smiled bitterly and said, just put up with it. Your current status is not low, and no one dares to touch you. Why do you need such a strong bodyguard? Is she from the Saint Profound Star? Did you go to other planets to look? Shen Xiang asked. Through a super large chamber of commerce in Navy Below Sea City, I sent out an invitation to many stars. They came from other stars, the fat shopkeeper said. By the way, the medicinal herbs you asked me to purchase will arrive soon. All right, I'll cultivate in seclusion first. Shan Xiang was also suddenly curious. A saint monarch could defeat a saint king? If he wasn't bragging, then he was indeed very powerful. During this period of time, Chen Xiang also knew that people with Saint Monarch Realm and Saint King Realm cultivation bases were unlikely to be bodyguards for others, not to mention those who looked young. For example, Wang Tianwen was only at the peak of the Saint Lord Realm. As for Du Hai, Shin Xiang did not ask. His cultivation level should not be low. Inside his room, Chen Xiang ate 7 of the 3rd stage Holy Energy Origin Dan that Du Hai gave him, and then began to cultivate. The Absolute Saint Realm only cultivated Daoyuan Saint Power and had just formed Daoyuan Crystal. As one's cultivation increased, the density of Daoyuan Crystal would increase, and Daoyuan Saint Power would also become stronger. The Dao, primordial Saint Power of the Great Sage Realm had a very obvious characteristic, which was that the Dao primordial crystal could split into tiny Saint crystal dust. When the Saint crystal dust was mixed into the Daoyuan sacred power, the Daoyuan sacred power would become stronger. Of course, the Saint crystal dust could not be used excessively because it was split from the Daoyuan crystal. If it was used excessively, the Daoyuan crystal would be consumed and become very small, requiring a long time to recover. After Shin Xiang ate the level 3 Saint Energy pill, the energy in his body became very violent, crazily attacking his entire body. Fortunately, his physique was strong enough to withstand such a terrifying impact. If it were anyone else with only the absolute Saint Realm cultivation, they would not be able to withstand a single level 3 Saint Energy pill, let alone 7. But to Shin Xiang, this was not a problem at all. The energy contained in the level 3 Saint Energy pill was refined by Shin Xiang's body and then poured into his Dao primordial crystal. One had to know that Shen Xiang's Dao primordial crystal was different. It was condensed from the heavenly Dao seed, so it also needed to absorb a lot of energy. Only by absorbing energy could it grow. 3 days had passed, and Shen Xiang had directly stepped into the early stage of the Great Sage Realm from the Intermediate Saint Realm. He could also feel that the Dao primordial crystal could burn itself and split into Saint crystal dust. When using Daoyuan sacred power, mixing in a little Saint crystal dust would greatly increase the power of Daoyuan sacred power. If I met someone like Ku Fengping now, I would be able to penetrate his body with one punch. Shin Xiang looked at the Daoyuan sacred power condensed in his fist and smiled with satisfaction. After stepping into the Great Sage Realm, one would need to cultivate further before they could control the Dao primordial crystal to split into Saint crystal dust. However, a monster like Shin Xiang did not need to learn at all. He could quickly do it with the divine sense released by his powerful soul. Many people who had just stepped into the Great Sage Realm directly burned more than half of the Dao primordial crystal because they did not control it properly, splitting a large amount of Saint crystal dust, causing their bodies to be injured. Chapter 4186. Fat bro, do I look like someone who needs a servant? Shin Xiang laughed. I want a strong female bodyguard to protect myself. I just hope that she will be gentle and considerate. Young Master Shen, Let me explain first. The female bodyguard I found for you this time has the strength, but the gentleness you asked for is not there. As far as I know, she is also very fierce and decisive. Not only can she become a competent female bodyguard, she is also a very powerful female assassin. The fat shopkeeper also became serious at this moment because the female bodyguard he hired was indeed strong. If he did not deal with her well, the consequences would be dire if she was angered. Shen Xiang's current status was so high, if he died in the Dragon's Arrival Inn and was killed by the female bodyguard he hired, the fat shopkeeper would probably be done for. She's already at the Dragon's Arrival Inn? Shen Xiang was even more curious about this female bodyguard and wanted to meet her immediately. I'll bring her up now. Young Master Shen, Remember to be polite later. After all, she's different from the others. The fat shopkeeper warned again. Got it, it'll be fine, Shin Xiang replied. Not long after, the fat shopkeeper passed through the teleportation room and arrived at the top floor, knocking on the door. After Shin Xiang opened the door, his attention was focused on the tall woman beside the fat shopkeeper. Even though Shin Xiang had seen many outstanding women before, he was still stunned by the temperament of the woman in front of him. The woman was wearing a white mask, so her face could not be seen. However, her eyes were filled with killing intent, revealing a cold killing intent. At the same time, they were extremely beautiful. Her eyes gave off a very complicated and contradictory feeling. They were very fierce, but they were also so beautiful with a faint charm. Then there was her figure. She was tall, her legs were long and straight, and she wore a tight black outfit. One could clearly see her fiery figure. She was not thin, but rather a little sturdy. It was just that she was relatively tall, and her muscles were very uniform, and they were perfectly distributed to the parts of her body that she needed. That was why her figure was very good. This kind of figure was sexy and healthy, neither thin nor fat. At the same time, it was beautiful and filled with explosive power. Even if her appearance was average, her temperament was definitely far superior to many women who only had a pretty face. She wasn't someone who pretended to be arrogant and cold. For example, Fu Yuya couldn't be compared to this woman. Young Master Shen, this is Lord Abai. The fat shopkeeper smiled and said, Lord Abai, please come in. The woman stared at Shin Xiang and asked coldly, Are you Shin Xiang? Yes, I am. Shin Xiang nodded. How old are you this year? The woman continued to ask, her tone equally cold. 14 years old, Shin Xiang said again. Big sister, what does being my bodyguard have to do with my age? As soon as Shin Xiang finished his question, the woman took out an age detector and handed it to Shin Xiang. Age test. The fat shopkeeper quickly said, Young Master Shin, Master Abai just wants to confirm your age, nothing else. Shin Xiang put his hand on the disc. After the test, he would be 14 years old. Then the woman and the fat shopkeeper walked into the luxurious hall and sat at the round table. Enjoy these holy fruits as you please, don't be shy. Shin Xiang smiled and said, Thank you. After the woman finished speaking, she took off her mask and started to eat. Shin Xiang and the fat shopkeeper were stunned. On one hand, the woman was really beautiful, but she was the kind of beauty that had a hint of flirtatious charm. Her face was a little cute. Such a cold beauty, with such a face, was indeed very unsuitable. However, with her eyes full of murderous intent, she looked a little valiant, giving people a fierce feeling, and at the same time a little cute. Of course, her current appearance of eating the holy fruit in big mouthfuls also shocked Shin Xiang and the fat shopkeeper. This woman was really polite. She kept eating. Big sister, how much do you want to be my bodyguard? Shin Xiang asked. Chapter 40, 187. Shin Xiang was very depressed. Although he was a romantic, he was not too heartless. He remembered all the women who had a good relationship with him, especially this woman in front of him. It was impossible for him not to have any impression of her. Master Abai, you can at least give a convincing reason. You can't just ask people to change their names like that, the fat shopkeeper said in a low voice. He was very nervous now, worried that Shin Xiang would die here. The one whose life was threatened was Shin Xiang, but he was much calmer than the fat shopkeeper, as if nothing had happened. A convincing reason? Didn't I just say it? Do you want to know more details? I'm too lazy to tell you. In short, from now on, you can no longer use the name Shin Xiang. The woman said coldly, What if I want to use it? Shin Xiang said with a smile, Big sister, if you don't explain the matter clearly, I won't agree to it. Moreover, my name Shin Xiang is very famous now. It won't be long before I become a famous person in the entire Saint Xian Star. I won't allow you to use it. If you want to use it, I'll kill you. The woman tightly held the white saber, suddenly released a burst of white flame, filled with killing intent. Come and kill me. Shanxiang laughed and said, I think you don't dare. You said that there is someone who can fight Saint Kings above. It's all nonsense. The woman was angry. The aura on her body continued to surge out, scaring the fat shopkeeper half to death. However, Shinxiang was not afraid at all. He still sat there calmly with his legs crossed. Big sister, I'm talking to you calmly. Shinxiang sighed and said, We have to trust each other in order to reach an agreement. I just said, there is a very important person. He is called Shinxiang. You can't have the same name as him. The woman said again, This is the reason. I won't allow anyone to use this name. You're called Master Bai. Your name has the word Bai. Shinxiang suddenly thought of something and said, What's your real name? Humph, you want to know my real name? In your dreams. The woman said, I won't tell you. In short, you must change your name today. Wait. Shinxiang had a rough idea of what was going on. He began to try to recall. Among the women he knew, there was Bai Yuyu and Bai Xing, but the woman in front of him could not be them. Bai Xing, Yunju, and Yan Xilin. The three sisters had an extremely good relationship and also had deep feelings for Shinxiang. When Shinxiang was rolling on the bed with Yan Xilin before, Yan Xilin had already revealed to Shinxiang that Bai Xing was not in the world-defying world. But Yunju was, so the two sisters had always been worried about Bai Xing regarding this point. Shinxiang had always kept it in mind. Bai Xing was not in the proud world back then, and said that she should be wandering in the sanctuary or divine realm, provided that she was still alive. Bai Xing was from the Bai Hu battle clan. She was extremely powerful, and this kind of ancient divine beast would not die so easily. Shinxiang thought of the Bai Hu battle clan, and suddenly thought of a little girl, Bai Jinjin. Back then, he had once saved a little Bai Hu. Later on, he followed Bai Yuyu's surname and was called Bai Jinjin. At that time, Long Shui had even given her all sorts of names. When Shenxiang saved him, this little Bai Hu was still unable to transform. Later on, after Shenxiang sent him to the Bai Hu battle clan, she transformed into a little girl. When Shenxiang parted ways with her, the little girl was crying her eyes out. After separating, Shenxiang had never seen her again. He did not know what happened to her after that. Could this woman in front of him be Bai Jinjin? Shenxiang had only seen her when she was young. She had changed 18 times, so it was impossible for him to remember how she looked like when she was young. Right here. At this moment, two old men suddenly appeared. These two old men were extremely powerful. One of them was a saint king, so he thought that he was a saint lord. Quickly protect young Master Shen. The fat shopkeeper shouted, Capture that woman! This was actually called over by the fat shopkeeper. Chapter 4188. Not only did Shinxiang meet Du Hai in the Great Kun sect, he even met Bai Jinjin again. He was glad that he did not hide his identity before, otherwise Bai Jinjin would not have come to find him. Big brother, sister Shan Yue, sister Yu, sister Mei Yao, and sister Shui Yi, how are they now? I miss them too. All these years, I only know that they are in some 10 great worlds, but I can't go to that place. Bai Jinjin said, It's a long story. Shenxiang then began to talk about his own experiences, and then talked about the 100 Flowers world of the 10 great worlds, where Long Shui and the others were. Knowing that they were fine, Bai Jinjin was relieved. Oh, right, Jinjin, do you know Bai Xing? She is also from Bai Hu battle clan. Shinxiang said, Ah, Sister Bai Xing? Of course I know her. She is now our Bai Hu battle clan's Tiger Emperor. Brother, you know her? Bai Jinjin seemed to be very happy and immediately asked, Why has she never told me about Big Brother? I'm very familiar with her. Shanxiang laughed, then started to talk about Yan Xilin, Yunju, and Bai Xing. I understand. She never mentioned her brother because she was afraid that bad people would come to find her and force her to tell them about her and her brother. Bai Jinjin immediately thought of this. Then does she know that you know me? When Shen Xiang found out that Bai Xing was fine, he was relieved. However, he was very surprised that Bai Xing was able to become the Tiger Emperor. She doesn't know. Although I know big sister Bai Xing, we haven't been together for long. The main reason is that she is busy and she has already gone to the Divine Realm. All the members of Bai Hu Battle Clan have gone to the Divine Realm, and only I am still in the sacred domain. As Bai Zhenjin spoke, she picked up a very small fruit and placed it in Shen Xiang's mouth. Then, she started to eat the holy fruit on the table in big bites. The fat shopkeeper was not here, and adding the fact that he had reunited with Shen Xiang, Bai Zhenjin started to eat even more wantonly. This reminded Shen Xiang of Long Shui, the gluttonous dragon. At that time, Bai Zhenjin was still a little girl, and she already showed this talent of being able to eat. Perhaps divine beasts could eat so much. Zhenjin, are you lacking in heavenly jewels? You seem to be an assassin, right? Shen Xiang thought about how she was all alone. In order to find him, she didn't go to the God domain and instead wandered around the Saint domain. His heart ached for her, but it warmed him even more. Back then, he and Bai Zhenjin hadn't known each other for long, but she actually remembered him for so long. Heavenly jewels can be used to buy many things in the Saint realm. If you don't have enough heavenly jewels, you won't be able to lead a good life. Bai Zhenjin sighed softly. I heard before that someone could create a passage to enter the world-defying stage, but later on they couldn't go. I've earned a lot of heavenly jewels, and I've spent them all. The heavenly jewels are only used to open the formation and open the spatial passageway. Now that the spatial barrier between the sacred domain and the world-defying stage has been strengthened, it is indeed difficult to go to the world-defying stage. However, you can ask for the heavenly jewels back. Shen Xiang said, Big brother, if I could get it back, I would have gotten it back a long time ago. Those guys obviously don't plan on returning it to me. No matter how he looked at it, Bai Zhenjin did not look like someone to be trifled with. However, if even she wanted to come back, it meant that the other party was a huge power. There were only a few great powers that could build a passageway to the world-defying stage. Let me guess, is it the All-Heavens Palace? Or the Heavenless Divine Palace? Or the Supreme Sacred Sect? Or the God-Horned Beast Clan? Shen Xiang laughed. Heavenless Divine Palace. I fought with them for this, and now I'm wanted by them. So I don't dare to use my real name. Bai Zhenjin said with a pained expression. I threw in one. 5 billion heavenly jewels. That was my many years of savings. This group of despicable fellows, when I become stronger, I will definitely uproot them. Bai Zhenjin did not know how powerful the Heavenless Divine Palace was. Behind them was one of the 6 clans of Life Spirit. If he wanted to uproot them, one of the 6 clans of Life Spirit would definitely take action. It's only one. 5 billion. Big brother will give it to you. Don't be sad. Shen Xiang comforted her with a smile and caressed Bai Zhenjin's pretty face. Big brother is so good to me, and Big brother is as powerful as before, so he doesn't lack these things. However, this is not a problem of heavenly jewels or not. That is my years of hard work, and I gave it to them for nothing. I feel terrible. Bai Zhenjin could only sigh and then eat the holy fruit in big mouthfuls. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. When I grow up, I'll help you get it back. Shen Xiang laughed. There's no need for that. When Big Brother grows up and I become stronger, I'll be able to get it back from them myself. When Bai Zhenjin saw the young Shen Xiang, she also felt that it was very fun. Seeing Shen Xiang's young and tender appearance, she always wanted to laugh. In her eyes, Shen Xiang had been reborn, and his cultivation was very low. At most, he could rely on those divine weapons to protect his life, but in front of powerful strength, Shen Xiang was still very weak. Chapter 40, 189. Don't mention it. Big brother, you do have enemies, but your enemies can't do anything to you. And I I'm being chased by my enemies, and I have to hide when I see them. I don't dare to face them at all. Bai Jinjin's face was filled with hidden bitterness. She pushed her long hair to her chest and pouted as she braided her hair. She looked very wronged and pitiful. When she first came here, she was still cool and fierce. However, in front of Xinxiang, she revealed the true side of her heart. It was also possible that she had not been so relaxed for many years. To be able to pour out her heart to the person she trusted the most without any worries was a blessing in itself. Who are they? How did they become your enemies? Could it be that it's all because they want to capture you? Xinxiang could roughly guess, because Bai Jinjin was from the Baihu battle clan, and the Baihu bloodline in his body was the bloodline of the primordial divine beast. The Baihu battle clan was no longer in the absolute monarch sanctuary, and now that they could not come from the divine realm, Bai Jinjin was all alone, so he naturally became their target. As long as he could tame her, it would be equivalent to obtaining a very strong power. Furthermore, she was still so beautiful after transforming into a human. The heavenless holy maiden of the heavenless divine palace was originally my good friend. Because she sensed that I was not human, she used some special equipment to detect my original body. After that, she brought a group of holy sons and holy daughters to capture me. Speaking of this, Bai Jinjin was very angry and sad. To be able to be called a good friend by her, it must be someone she trusted a lot. However, she did not expect to be betrayed and almost become someone else's beast pet. Don't be sad, it's good that you're fine now. In the future, Big Brother will protect you. Xinxiang laughed. I should be the one protecting Big Brother. Big Brother, your current cultivation is too low. If an assassin wants to assassinate you, it's still very easy. For example, if I wanted to make a move just now, that fatty wouldn't be able to stop me at all. Bai Jinjin laughed. Xinxiang did not say much. He walked over to help Bai Jinjin braid his hair and asked, Jinjin, your cultivation shouldn't be that low, right? At the very least, you came from the ancient era. I often have to sleep, and there was a problem with my cultivation in my early years. Coupled with the appearance of the world-defying stage universe, our entire clan was affected and stagnated for a long time. Bai Jinjin said, It's getting harder and harder to break through my cultivation now. Other than the Kanglin Saint Sun and the Skyless Saintess, who else is your enemy? Do you have any enemies in the Great Kuan sect? Xinxiang said, The Great Kuan school is also a very strong sect. They should also have holy sons and holy daughters, right? The Great Kuan sect doesn't have these saint sons and saintesses, but there are sovereign king saint disciples. Even Saint Monarch Realm and Saint King Realm youngsters are the solid strength of a sect. Bai Jinjin said, There's a Saint Monarch Realm youngster in the Great Kuan sect who participated in the encirclement of me. You can stay in Great Kuan sect with peace of mind. You don't have to hide everywhere. Trust me. Xinxiang also did not wish for Bai Jinjin to run around. Especially at this stage, all the forces were in a hurry to increase their strength. If they could capture a divine beast like Bai Jinjin, it would be equivalent to a huge increase in strength. If it's a one-on-one, I'm not afraid of them. They have a lot of holy artifacts and holy talismans in their hands, and a large group of people are surrounding me, so I can only run away. I'm not weak. Bai Jinjin explained. She was worried that Xinxiang would think that she was weak. And don't try to be brave. Surviving is the most important thing. Xinxiang helped her tie a long braid that hung in front of her chest, just like Bai Ziqian's. Thank you, Big Brother, Bai Jinjin said happily. She started eating the holy fruit again because she knew that it was free. The dragon's arrival in would send it over every day. That group of people? Holy son, holy daughter, why are you gathering at the Great Kuan sect? Xinxiang had never asked the fat shopkeeper about this matter. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't know the real inside story. I don't know about them either. I only know that their gathering at the Great Kuan sect this time is very important. They shouldn't be here for me. Bai Jinjin said, Furthermore, this is something that a few great powers have discussed. Could it be that they want to spar in the Great Kuan sect? Xinxiang frowned. That's not right. If there really is such a thing, we should be creating momentum right now. I heard a rumor before. It might have something to do with them gathering here. Bai Jinjin suddenly thought of something and immediately said it. What rumor? Xinxiang was also very curious. It's that there is something hidden under the Kanglin Sea of the Saint Profound Star. It seems to be very important. Bai Jinjin said, the birth of the Kanglin dragon sect has a lot to do with dragons. Some people have analyzed that there might be dragons under the Kanglin Sea. Is a dragon very rare? Xinxiang asked doubtfully. In the world-defying stage there are many dragons. Your sister Shui is a white dragon. In the sacred domain and the divine realm, as long as it is a divine beast, it is very rare. Not to mention the dragon under the Kanglin Sea. It is said that the dragon is the god of the Saint Profound Star. Bai Jinjin said, Jinjin, you are also a divine beast. Can you sense the existence of other divine beasts? Xinxiang asked, if there is a very powerful dragon here, you should be able to sense it, right? Close range is not a problem. But if the other party wants to hide, I have no way of doing anything. Bai Jinjin shook his head. Big brother, don't you think it's strange that the Great Kuan sect was built on the Saint Profound Star? In the past, this was a very ordinary star. I've never heard of this before. If Xinxiang wanted to understand, he could only ask Guaning. Chapter 4190. Xinxiang also realized that he could not continue to stay in the dragon's arrival inn. Otherwise, he would clash with the holy son of Tsonglan, not to mention that Bai Jinjin was here. All right, then I'll leave the dragon's arrival inn today. Xinxiang nodded and laughed. Brother Fatty, I still don't know your name. We might meet again in the future. My name is Pang Dalong. The fat shopkeeper laughed. Young Master Xin, if you come to Tsonglan Sea City in the future, I will grant you any request. Oh, right, here are the medicinal ingredients you entrusted me to buy. He handed over a storage bag to Xinxiang. Xinxiang took it and looked at it. After confirming that it was a very good holy medicine, he planned to show it to Du Hai. After that, Xinxiang also left the dragon's arrival inn and brought Bai Jinjin to the sacred Dan Institute. The safest place in the Great Kuan sect should be the sacred Dan Institute. Because he did not know what kind of danger would happen to the Great Kuan sect, Pang Dalong could not say if the Great Kuan sect was truly in danger. However, his elders had ordered him to leave, so he had no choice but to leave. Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin were in a large carriage. The streets were as usual, and there was no sign of danger. Big brother, the holy son of Tsonglan is causing trouble, but I don't know what kind of scheme he has. Bai Jinjin said, Do you think we should leave the Great Kuan sect? Not for now. I'll go find Grandpa Du first. He's the principal of the Sacred Dan Institute, so I'll talk to him first. Xinxiang said, Ah, brother, are you on good terms with the principal of the Sacred Dan Institute? Bai Jinjin asked curiously. She had only heard that Xinxiang was very famous before, but she did not know about Xinxiang's status in the Sacred Dan Institute. My relationship with her is extremely good. He is an old friend of mine from back then. Don't worry, he is a trustworthy person. Xinxiang asked, What is it? You have also heard of Grandpa Du? I don't know that his surname is Du. I only know that he is very good at refining pills, and many people want to find him to refine pills. In the sacred domain, his alchemy skills are famous. I once wanted to find him to refine pills, but unfortunately I couldn't find a way in the end, and my medicinal ingredients were sold in the end. Big brother, you're really amazing. You're already acquainted with such a powerful person the moment you arrived in the Saint region. Bai Jinjin's face was full of admiration as he smiled and said, Then in the future, if I want to ask the Holy Pellet Principal to refine pills, Big brother must help me recommend him. No problem. Maybe I can refine your pill. Xinxiang chuckled and said, You little girl, after so many years, haven't you inquired about my deeds? Brother, I can't find out much about you. I really didn't know you were so good at alchemy. And I don't have any concept of alchemy. Generally speaking, alchemy is something that only grandpas and grandmas can do, right? As Bai Jinjin spoke, she couldn't help but pinch Shin Xiang's face. She smiled and said, "You look like a younger brother." People who didn't have any concept of alchemy couldn't imagine how terrifying Shin Xiang's alchemy skills were. The alchemy powerhouses they knew were all recognized by many people. For example, Du Hai became famous because many people sought him out to refine pills. The car went to the Sacred Dan Institute, and after entering, Chen Xiang went straight to the biggest building. After entering the hall, Shin Xiang saw Yu Dandan. "Grandma Yu, where's Yu Meng?" Shen Xiang asked. "I brought a little sister to accompany her." When they were in the car earlier, Shen Xiang had mentioned Ku Yameng. Bai Jinjin was also very angry when she found out that Ku Yameng had been bullied, since it was a little girl that Shen Xiang had helped, and she even called Shen Xiang big brother. Then in Bai Jinjin's eyes, she was her little sister. Therefore, Bai Jinjin couldn't wait to meet Ku Yameng. Yu Meng is in her room. "Oh, right, little Shin, the principal is having a private conversation with a guest, so it's not convenient for him to come out right now." Yu Dandan said, "Grandma Yu, take this little sister to find Yu Meng." "I'll go find Grandpa Du." Shin Xiang said, "I won't disturb him, I'll wait outside." Yu Dandan nodded, then brought Bai Jinjin to find Ku Yameng. For Shan Xiang to be able to directly go to Du Hai's secret underground palace, and for Du Hai to be able to bring him to the underground palace to discuss, it meant that that person was also someone he trusted very much. Arriving at the underground palace, Shin Xiang saw that there were quite a few medicinal herbs planted here, more than last time. Furthermore, they had sprouted and were beginning to emit all kinds of faint fragrances. Although the underground palace was underground, Du Hai had collected a large number of magical stones and embedded them on the top. They could illuminate the place and allow the medicinal herbs to grow quickly. Chapter 40, 191. After Shan Xiang's reminder, Du Hai immediately realized that the ancestor of the Great Kuan sect was not a good person. The Great Kuan sect could not collude with the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless God Palace. They could cooperate, but the ancestor of the Great Kuan sect was actually helping the god realm Shakyamuni of the All Heavens Palace. It was very likely that he was targeting the purple gold jade token disciples of the sacred Dan institution. If this matter could be confirmed, this ancestor would be equivalent to betraying the Great Kuan sect. When the Great Kuan sect was established, there were a few other ancestors besides Kuan Min. Kuan Min rarely interfered in the affairs of the Great Kuan sect, and Kuan Min did not have any descendants or a family. The other patriarchs all had family clans and many descendants. Moreover, their descendants and family clans secretly controlled the entire Great Kuan sect. However, they were not united and had formed many factions. "Little Shen, don't worry. That guy only has a strong soul. His body is not that strong. He probably hasn't gotten used to that clone yet." Du Hai informed Shin Xiang through the communication talisman. "Grandpa Du, you must be careful of that guy. Although his body is not strong, his soul is not weak." Shin Xiang had already arrived outside the small building. No one in the house noticed Shin Xiang. After getting closer, Shin Xiang was even more certain that it was the wild beast Shakyamuni. His soul was indeed strong, and his body's cultivation was also at the Saint King realm. Wild beast Shakyamuni's clone was at the Saint King realm, so Shin Xiang's strength was not enough to defeat him. Even if he used the 6 realms mirrors and the green dragon demon slayer, he was still not a match for the wild beast Shakyamuni. However, he could use the 6 realms mirrors to defend himself and avoid the pursuit of the wild beast Shakyamuni. Shin Xiang was not afraid of the wild beast Shakyamuni at all, because he was not fighting alone. The demon shadow divine soul was a powerful helper, and then there was the demonic ape dragon servant. In addition to Du Hai's hidden strength, it was enough to deal with the wild beast Shakyamuni. Shin Xiang was very surprised that the wild beast Shakyamuni would appear here. He did not know if it was because he was famous that attracted the wild beast Shakyamuni, or if it was because the wild beast Shakyamuni was already on the Saint Profound Star. Shin Xiang thought about it. He hadn't been famous for long, so mad beast Shakyamuni shouldn't have known about him so quickly. It was impossible for him to rush over from an alien planet. If that was the case, then mad beast Shakyamuni was already on the Saint Profound planet. This mad beast Dharmaraja must have come to the Saint Profound Star for some other reason. After all, he was one of the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace. There was originally a group of leaders in the All Heavens Hall of the Sacred Domain. They were also very dissatisfied with the mad beast Guardian King from the Sacred Domain, but there was nothing they could do. Mad beast Shakyamuni came from the All Heavens Palace in the God Domain. No matter how much the people in the Sacred Domain disliked him, they had to kneel down and lick his boots. Looks like there is indeed something hidden beneath the Azure Wave Sea. Could it be that the mad beast Shakyamuni came to the Saint Profound Star for the Azure Wave Sea? Shin Xiang thought. Du Hai was conversing with the great Kuin Sex patriarch. The old man's surname was Fu, and Du Hai addressed him as Patriarch Fu. They were all chatting for more than an hour before Patriarch Fu finally asked about Shin Xiang. "Old Du, I heard that you have accepted a very outstanding disciple called Shin Xiang, right?" Old ancestor Fu asked with a smile. "Yes. Little Shin and that little girl from your Fu family have some conflicts, but it's just child's play. They didn't really get into a fight." Du Hai shook his head and said with a smile, "Young people are all young and impetuous. When we were young, we were probably even more arrogant than them, weren't we? It's like this kid's background is not simple. I wonder if you know about it? Do you want to ask about his background?" Patriarch Fu asked. Shin Xiang knew that the reason why Patriarch Fu came here was because the mad beast Shakyamuni brought him here. What's his background? He was recommended by Grandma Kuan Min. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Du Hai could only push Kuan Min out. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Patriarch Fu looked at the mad beast Shakyamuni beside him and nodded. "This guy comes from the world defying heavens and earth. Furthermore, he has the green dragon demon slayer in his hands. He must have this blade by his side. If such a dangerous and peerless weapon were to stay in his hands, it would be extremely dangerous to the entire sacred domain," Mad Beast Shakyamuni said coldly. Du Hai found it extremely funny. The green dragon demon slayer was originally Shin Xiang's. Why couldn't it stay in Shin Xiang's hands? "Is that so? No matter how I look at it, he doesn't look like someone with a peerless weapon." Du Hai pretended to be surprised. "It's true. My clone was killed by him in the world defying heavens and earth. He should have just stepped into the absolute sage realm not long ago, and his current strength is still very weak. We have to kill him before he becomes strong," Mad Beast Shakyamuni said. "Old Du, it seems like you've already come into contact with him. Then he trusts you a lot, right? Can you call him over?" Patriarch Fu smiled. "After this is done, we will definitely give you some benefits." Chapter 4192. Bai Jinjin was still with Ku Yameng. After Shen Xiang came to the surface from the underground palace, he took out the communication talisman and contacted Bai Jinjin, telling her to quickly come to the first floor of the building. Bai Jinjin, who had just met with Ku Yameng and got along very well, after receiving Shin Xiang's message, she told Ku Yameng that she had something to help Shin Xiang with and would be back soon. Shin Xiang was in the teleportation room. After Bai Jinjin came over, she did not ask anything. After opening the teleportation array in the teleportation room, Shin Xiang and Bai Jinjin arrived at Du Hai's underground medicine garden. "Big brother, did you call me here to fight?" Bai Jinjin actually looked very excited. She had been looking for Shin Xiang for so many years, and now she had finally found him. Furthermore, Shunxiang's cultivation was very low, so Bai Jinjin really wanted to show off her strength. When she was young, Shunxiang had helped her and protected her. Now, it was time for her to repay his kindness. The opponent is a bit strong, but don't worry. That guy is a soul from the realm of the gods, but his soul has yet to fully adapt to his body, so he is still relatively weak. If you really can't beat him, you still have my help. Shen Xiang believed that a super divine beast like Bai Jinjin was completely capable of suppressing a guy like the wild beast Shakyamuni. He remembered that the wild beast Shakyamuni was very afraid of the green dragon demon slayer. The main reason was that the green dragon demon slayer could erupt with a very powerful divine beast's power. This kind of divine beast's power was very effective against other beasts. Especially now, divine beasts were becoming rarer and rarer. If one had never encountered a divine beast before and did not cultivate a method to restrain it, it would be very difficult to resist the powerful might of a divine beast in the first place. Big brother, the souls of those from the realm of the gods are generally very strong. Bai Jinjin said, when fighting with them, you can directly ignore their bodies. Yes, that guy's soul is relatively strong. Can you handle it? Shen Xiang could not tell how strong Bai Jinjin's soul was. However, he was not worried that Bai Jinjin would not be able to defeat him. The strength of the white tiger fighting race was not to be underestimated. Their bodies were already extremely strong from the moment they were born, which meant that they did not need to pay too much attention to cultivating their bodies, so they would have more time to cultivate their souls. Then, big brother, you were right to ask me to fight. My soul is very strong. If you want to enter the divine realm, your soul must first be strong enough. Otherwise, your soul will scatter when you pass through the spatial walls of the divine realm. Bai Jinjin said, Oh, Jinjin, your soul is already the standard? Asked. Of course. When we are born, our souls are strong enough to pass through the divine domain. Right now, the main thing is that the spatial walls are sturdier and the restrictions are greater. Furthermore, there are restrictions from the power of laws, causing it to be extremely difficult to travel to and from the divine realm. Bai Jinjin said, So that's how it is. White Tiger Fighting Clan is still as strong as ever. Xin Xiang said with a smile, Our Bai Hu Battle Clan also admires you, big brother. Our entire clan recognizes you. Our current patriarch said that this piece of sky belongs to big brother. Bai Jinjin said. Shen Xiang was rather surprised that the Bai Hu Battle Clan actually knew about this matter. He began to worry because those who knew about this matter were all in danger. They might be targeted by the 6 clans of the life spirit realm. Jinjin, don't make this matter public in the future. Xin Xiang brought Bai Jinjin to Du Hai's hut and whispered, Wait a moment, don't say anything. Bai Jinjin replied. After entering the hut, Wild Beast Shakyamuni saw Xin Xiang and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! It's this kid. As he spoke, one of Wild Beast Shakyamuni's hands turned into a ferocious beast claw and swiftly grabbed at Xin Xiang's head. Don't even think about touching him. Du Hai roared angrily and suddenly swung his hand. At the same time, a long saber appeared in his hand and slashed at Wild Beast Shakyamuni's wrist. However, Wild Beast Shakyamuni's arm was covered in scale-like wrist guards. It seemed to be a very powerful divine realm equipment. It forcefully blocked Du Hai's slash. It had to be said that this Wild Beast Shakyamuni had some skills. Du Hai's extremely powerful slash was actually unable to cut through that ferocious beast arm. Lowly thing, scram! Bai Jinjin coldly shouted as Bai Hu's beast image appeared behind her. Roar! The white tiger roared, and a murderous aura rushed out. Wild Beast Shakyamuni was completely dumbfounded and involuntarily took a few steps back. You are Bai Hu Battle Clan? Wild Beast Shakyamuni could not believe it as he shouted. Impossible! Bai Hu Battle Clan has already been enslaved. Whether it's the sacred realm or the divine realm, it's impossible for there to be any more battle tigers. What did you say? Say that again. Chapter 4193. Old Ancestor Fu, do you want to die? Shin Xiang walked over and looked at the struggling old Ancestor Fu. I don't want to. I don't want to. Spare me. Old Ancestor Fu howled in pain. The scariest thing was that he didn't know how long this pain would last. Du Hai's poison was as strong as his alchemy skills. The poison he used on old Ancestor Fu was enough to make him wish he was dead but not die. Du Hai purposely spared old Ancestor Fu's life because he wanted to interrogate him. Then tell me, how did you get involved with the All Heavens Hall? Also, how many people from the All Heavens Hall are there in our Great Kuan sect? The fact that old Ancestor Fu knew the Mad Beast Guardian King meant that he had been in contact with the Mad Beast Guardian King for many years. This meant that there were other spies in the Great Kuan sect. Although Du Hai was in charge of the Sacred Pill Institute, he still had some feelings for the Great Kuan sect. He didn't want the Great Kuan sect to decline because of this, especially now without the care of the Kuan sect, and because the sacred region couldn't communicate with the outside world. The environment in the sacred region would become very bad. For example, the Heavenless God Palace and the All Heavens Hall were usually controlled by the higher-ups of the sacred region. This made the higher-ups of the sacred region very unhappy. Now that there were no restrictions from the sacred region, they would immediately seize power and do what they wanted to do but didn't dare to do in the past. The All Heavens Hall and the Heavenless God Palace had a deep hatred for each other. It was just that the sacred region had been maintaining the balance between them for many years, so they didn't fight. If they fought now, they would need to expand their overall strength. They would definitely need to plunder on a large scale. Old Ancestor Fu hesitated for a moment. He was afraid of death and pain, so he decided to tell Du Hai everything he knew. I only came into contact with them these few days. They haven't placed anyone in the Great Kuan sect yet. I only promised them that I would, but I haven't done anything yet. Old Du, the reason why I made this choice is because our Great Kuan sect is too weak. We haven't received any resources from the sacred region for many years, but the All Heavens Hall and the Heavenless God Palace both have them, and in large quantities. If that's the case, why don't the Great Kuan sect join the Heavenless Divine Palace or the All Heavens Hall? This way, we can all obtain the resources of God's domain. Stupid dog, Shin Xiang sneered. You. Being scolded by a teenager, old Ancestor Fu was very angry, but he did not dare to vent his anger on Shin Xiang. Because there was still poison in his body, he was still in great pain. If he didn't cooperate, not only would he not be able to detoxify the poison, but he would also be poisoned even further. In the end, he would even lose his life. You mean to say that if you rely on the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless God Palace, they will give you resources from the God domain? Du Hai asked. Yes. Old Du, why don't we join them together? Patriarch Fu hurriedly said. Don't tell me you don't know that the realm of the gods is already sending resources over. Shin Xiang said as he looked at Du Hai. Shin Xiang and Du Hai could see the shock in old Ancestor Fu's eyes. This meant that old Ancestor Fu really didn't know about this. The realm of the gods is already broken, so it's even more impossible for them to give you resources from the realm of the gods. Shin Xiang said, so they're just using your greed. Old Ancestor Fu was already stunned. He seemed to have realized something too. Not good. The Great Kuan sect is going to be in chaos. Old Ancestor Fu said with a face of fear. Our Great Kuan sect is going to be finished. Why? Du Hai asked. Because we are too weak. The All Heavens Palace and Heavenless God Palace will most likely use our Great Kuan sect as the venue for a competition. Whoever wins will take over the Great Kuan sect. Taking over the Great Kuan sect means that the entire Azure Wave Sea and even the entire Saint Xian Star will fall into the hands of the winner. After all, old Ancestor Fu was an old fox, so he could immediately think of this. With a face of fear, He spoke of the crisis that the great Kuan sect was facing. Shen Xiang suddenly recalled that Bai Jinjin had said that the group of saints and saintesses were coming to the great Kuan sect. He wondered what their motive was. By the way, is there any other reason why the saints and saintesses are gathering in the great Kuan sect? Shen Xiang asked. Chapter 4194. Hearing Du Hai's words, Shen Xiang and Bai Jinjin were immediately filled with interest. Bai Jinjin had always paid attention to the legends of the Azure Wave Sea. The main reason was that there was a dragon under the Azure Wave Sea, and Bai Jinjin herself was a divine beast. Therefore, she also hoped to find other divine beasts. Grandpa Du, you once went deep into the Azure Wave Sea. What did you find? Shen Xiang hurriedly asked. You said you found something very important? Could it be the same as the legends? Grandpa Du, is there really a very powerful dragon under the Kanglan Sea? Bai Jinjin, who was at the side, also asked. I'm actually not too sure. I only know that there is a very terrifying and chaotic energy under the Azure Wave Sea. A powerful dragon? I guess it's true. It's very likely that it's sealed or trapped in the chaotic energy. Du Hai recalled the past and shook his head slightly. Grandpa Du, then why do you say that the Heavenless God Palace and the All Heavens Palace are most likely here for the Azure Wave Sea? Shen Xiang asked. Although I can't find out what's inside the chaotic energy, the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless God Palace should be able to find out. After all, they are two colossal forces. Furthermore, they have the power from the divine realm. It shouldn't be difficult for them to investigate the bottom of the Azure Wave Sea. Du Hai said. In that case, Grandpa Du, you encountered the power from the divine realm in the Azure Wave Sea? Shen Xiang asked. Du Hai had lived here for so long, he definitely knew a lot of things. As expected, Du Hai nodded and said, the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless God Palace have been active in the Saint Xian star for many years. Furthermore, they have many businesses in the Saint Xian star. For example, our great Kuan Sex Market has the business of the Heavenless God Palace and the All Heavens Palace. The Heavenly Fortune restaurant from before belonged to the Heavenless God Palace. I have a guess. The upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless God Palace have long investigated what's under the Azure Wave Sea. However, the divine realm has forbidden them from taking action, so they haven't gone. Now that the divine realm side is completely uncontactable, they all have to take action. Bai Jinjin said. They should have done many things, such as annexing the Great Kuan sect, controlling the Saint Xian planet, and entering the Kanglan Sea. Their series of actions are all to expand their strength, to become the overlord of the holy region. Shen Xiang said. Currently, the various major forces of the sacred region, which had once been backed by the God region, were now like wild horses that had broken free of their reins. They were completely unrestrained. These leaders of the sacred domain had long wanted to break free from the God domain and be free from its control. Now was the best time to do so. The Canglan Sea and the Saint Xian star should have been thoroughly explored by the big shots. On the other hand, our great Kuan sect is located on the Saint Xian planet and is a sect of the Saint Xian planet. If they want to carry out a large-scale operation in Saint Xian star, it will definitely affect our great Kuan sect's interests. Du Hai said. Next, there will be a fierce battle. Shen Xiang was puzzled about one thing. Where did Kuan Min go? Kuan Min suddenly went out to cultivate at this time, saying that she was going to make a breakthrough or something. But this time was too coincidental. Grandpa Du, where did Grandma Kuan Min go? She should be very powerful and can also suppress the elders of the great Kuan sect. Can you contact her and ask her to come back quickly? Shen Xiang said. All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace will definitely want to annex the great Kuan sect as soon as possible. Whoever obtains the great Kuan sect will have the greatest advantage in the Saint Xian star. Du Hai's expression was grave as he said, Our great Kuan sect is in danger. Grandpa Du, don't be afraid. Give me some of that poison. I'll go and kill all those holy sons and holy daughters. Bai Jinjin said, confidently. Shen Xiang found it funny because Bai Jinjin seemed to have set her eyes on Du Hai's poison. After all, old ancestor Fu is a very strong guy. Bai Jinjin could only scare old ancestor Fu because she is from the Baihu battle clan. In the end, the poison that made old ancestor Fu suffer a fate worse than death was the poison that Du Hai casually scattered. Bai Jinjin is very powerful, but she can't handle so many people. Therefore, when she faced the group of holy sons and holy daughters, she couldn't withstand them at all and could only escape in the end. Escaping in order to save one's life is a very normal thing. However, to the opponent of the Baihu battle clan, this is an extremely humiliating thing. Of course, no one would laugh at Bai Jinjin's situation. After all, she is facing a group of people whose strength is on par with her. Unless her cultivation far surpasses that group of people, it will be very difficult to defeat them. However, Bai Jinjin now sees hope. As long as she has Du Hai's poison when she is surrounded, she can deal with that group of people. Then, she can scatter poison from time to time and kill them. Jinjin, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but that poison is too dangerous. Even now, I still haven't concocted a suitable antidote. If you are poisoned without my special antidote method, even if you are a divine beast, the poison will easily enter your bone marrow. At that time, your body will be completely finished. Du Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't dare to give this poison to anyone. Jinjin, don't make things difficult for Grandpa Du. Shen Xiang laughed. If you want poison, I can concoct it for you. Little Shen, I remember that you were also an expert in refining poison back then. Are you still good at it now? Du Hai suddenly thought of something. Back then, when Shen Xiang used poison, he was at the pinnacle of perfection. I'm as good at refining poison as I am at refining pills, Shen Xiang said while grinning. Grandpa Du, that poison of yours just now has too many drawbacks, and the toxicity isn't strong enough. I'll give you some good stuff another day. Big brother, you know how to refine poison? What? Grandpa Du's poison just now wasn't considered powerful. Then what kind of poison is considered powerful? Bai Jinjin said in shock. As far as I know, powerful poisons are all naturally formed. It's already very rare for a refined poison to be as powerful as the one Grandpa Du just made. This, Little Shen, what's wrong with my poison just now? That's something that I only managed to refine after many years of research. Du Hai also felt that he had received a blow. Chapter 4195. Bai Jinjin really needed other methods to defend herself. If she had a good enough poison, then when she was besieged again, she wouldn't be in such a sorry state. At the very least, when escaping, he could use poison to kill a few of them. Big brother, what good poison do you have? Can you let me try it? I'll buy it for you with heavenly jewels. Bai Jinjin had been walking in the sacred region for so many years, and she had been constantly searching for good poisons, so she was very clear that powerful poisons were very precious. For example, the poison that Du Hai had just used was not only precious, but also extremely dangerous. Even Du Hai himself had to be extremely careful when using it. Therefore, Bai Jinjin was too embarrassed to ask Shen Xiang to give it to her. As long as she could afford it at a price, she would decisively buy it. Jinjin, you already called me Big Brother. How can I accept your heavenly jewels? Shen Xiang smiled and caressed her face. I'll give it to you directly. This is nothing to me. Little Shen, what exactly is your poison like? Can you show it to me? Du Hai's curiosity was also aroused. Shen Xiang was so good to Bai Jinjin. It was impossible for him to give her an uncontrollable poison, which meant that the poison was very safe. A powerful poison was originally very contradictory to safety. A powerful poison meant that it was very unstable and difficult to control. The user needed to refine it before they could use it for themselves. and refining poison itself was very dangerous. There were often alchemists who tried to refine poison and were poisoned to death. The poison in Xin Xiang's hands was naturally the ape magic dragon poison. Through the ape magic dragon poison, he had refined several different types of ape magic dragon poison. For example, some poisons were slow and were very suitable for quietly releasing poisons. After a certain period of time, the poison would take effect. Some were extremely toxic and could quickly kill the enemy. There were also some that were suitable for making poison. For example, if they were smeared on weapons, the poison would not disperse because of the impact of the violent energy. Shen Xiang then took out a few jars. Seeing these ordinary jars, Du Hai had a bad premonition. Yes, Du Hai's instincts told him that the poison in these jars was extremely terrifying, so he instinctively took a few steps back. Grandpa Du, Jinjin, eat the antidote first. It can prevent you from being poisoned for a few days. Xinxiang smiled and said, Detoxification, Dan, is more difficult to refine than poison, but fortunately I have refined quite a few. Bai Jinjin and Du Hai each received a bottle of antidote pills from Xinxiang. There were many of these antidote pills. Xinxiang said that it was difficult to refine them, but in fact it was just a small matter to him. After eating the antidote, Du Hai and Bai Jinjin held their breaths and looked at the jars that Xinxiang had placed on the ground. Xinxiang opened the jar and began to talk about the poison in it. While listening, Bai Jinjin and Du Hai sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in surprise. The demonic ape dragon poison was already very famous in the Saint Realm. If it was just the demonic ape dragon's poison, Du Hai and Bai Jinjin could still resist it. However, even they did not dare to fight the demonic ape dragon. When the demonic ape dragon's poison accumulated to a certain extent, it was extremely terrifying and difficult to resist. As for the demonic ape dragon's poison that Xinxiang had refined, it was refined through the method of refining pills. This was very terrifying. It meant that the demonic ape dragon's blood, which was full of poison, was further condensed, and the poison power was raised to a higher level. In that case, this kind of poison could not be considered a demonic ape dragon's poison at all. When Shen Xiang opened the jar, there was no smell at all. This was the most terrifying thing, because in nature, the more powerful the poison, the more obvious the characteristics it had. After being refined by Xinxiang, there were no characteristics at all. It looked like a colorless and tasteless liquid. Just thinking about it made one feel scared. Jinjin, I've given you the poison liquid and the antidote pill. How do you want to use it? You can use your own imagination. Xinxiang laughed. In the future, if you are surrounded and attacked by others, you can use this to greet them. Big brother, this poison of yours, I can't see how powerful it is, so I need to test it. Bai Jinjin laughed. You probably haven't tried it on a large scale in the Saint Realm, right? Then I'll help you try it. Jinjin, don't hurt the innocent. Xinxiang smiled and nodded. Chapter 4196. Now that Bai Jinjin had Xinxiang as her backing, she was extremely confident. She did not need Xinxiang to make a move, because Xinxiang had already given her a very precious poison. Jinjin, don't be in a hurry to act. We have to see what they came to the Great Kuin sect for first. Xinxiang warned. If they have other motives, then we will alert them. I will send people to watch their every move. Du Hai said, I have been in the Great Kuin sect for so many years, and I have many of my own people. Now that the Great Kuin sect is about to encounter a great crisis, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Grandpa Du, if they want to take down the Great Kuin sect, then you will definitely become their target. Xinxiang was a little worried as he asked, I wonder if the other ancestors of the Great Kuin sect are reliable or not. Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements right away. You guys stay here for the time being and don't run around. After Du Hai finished speaking, he hurriedly left. Xinxiang was still rather worried. After all, the current situation was extremely chaotic and anything could happen. Du Hai was the principal of the Sacred Dan Academy. and he was quite famous in the entire Saint Xian star, and even in the sacred region. In the great Kuan sect, even the ancestors had to respect Du Hai. If the All-Heaven Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace wanted to fight for the great Kuan sect, then they would have to deal with Du Hai first. As long as Du Hai submitted, it would be much easier to command the entire great Kuan sect. If it was in the past, Du Hai might have just left, but now that he had met Shen Xiang, he wanted to do something with Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang had previously told Du Hai that Long Jiuxiao and the others would enter the sacred region on a large scale in the future and asked Du Hai to help find a place for the Nine Heavens Dragon sect to settle down. In Du Hai's opinion, the Saint Xian star was very suitable for the Nine Heavens Dragon sect. If they could take down the Great Kuan sect, then in the future, when the Nine Heavens Dragon sect was stationed here, their power would be extremely huge. Shen Xiang and Bai Jinjin stayed in the underground herb garden and waited for Du Hai to return. Jinjin, don't worry about the Baihu battle clan. They are so powerful, they won't encounter any danger in the realm of the gods. Shen Xiang could see that Baihu was still worried about the realm of the gods, Baihu battle clan. I hope so. No matter what, if the Baihu battle clan is really harmed, then I will most likely be the only child of the Baihu battle clan. I will definitely shoulder the mission of revenge. Bai Jinjin had already prepared for the worst. The Baihu battle clan was like this. They didn't think too much. If she went to the divine realm in the future, she would be able to confirm that the Baihu battle clan had already been exterminated. Then, what she had to do next was to make herself stronger, find her enemy, and take revenge. Jinjin, do you know anything about Baihu's divine weapon? Shen Xiang suddenly thought of this matter. Baihu's divine weapon had been reforged, but as for what it had evolved into, even little sister Xiaojing was not clear. For example, the vermilion bird, Tender Thread from before, could actually evolve to the point where it could reproduce on its own and give birth to smaller vermilion bird, Tender Threads. This was extremely inconceivable. It was very likely that Baihu's divine weapon had also undergone a great change and was no longer the same as before. This, regarding Baihu's divine weapon, an old grandpa in our clan once said. Bai Jinjin frowned slightly and began to recall. He said that Baihu's divine weapon was waiting for its true master. Did he say how to find Baihu's divine weapon? Shen Xiang anxiously asked. Bai Jinjin shook her head. Shen Xiang originally thought that through little sister Xiaojing, he could find the great vermilion bird, Tender Thread. However, there was no news about it now. Little sister Xiaojing couldn't sense it at all, which meant that the great vermilion bird, Tender Thread, was very far away from them. He didn't know if it was still in the sacred realm. Big brother, you want to find Baihu's divine weapon, right? Bai Jinjin asked. Shen Xiang took out the green dragon demon slayer and said, This is the green dragon demon slayer. Previously, I encountered a small vermilion bird, Tender Thread. Shen Xiang told Bai Jinjin about his encounter with the second of the four symbols' divine weapon. The old ancestor in the clan said that the other three of the four symbols' divine weapon would not have any changes in essence. Only the Baihu's divine weapon would have a great change because Bai Jinjin said until here and didn't continue. Jinjin, do you know something? Shen Xiang saw that something was wrong and asked. Because the old ancestor in the clan refined a Baihu's divine weapon soul, as well as a very strange thing. They want to modify the Baihu's divine weapon. Bai Jinjin said softly, The main reason is that the elders in the clan don't like the previous Baihu's divine weapon, so they want to capture the Baihu's divine weapon and modify it, participating in the completion of the Baihu's divine weapon in their hearts. Didn't they go to the divine realm? Could it be that the Baihu's divine weapon is in the divine realm? Shen Xiang suddenly felt that it was not unreasonable for the Baihu battle clan to be targeted by the 6 clans of Life Soul. Chapter 40, 197. Shen Xiang really wanted to find the 4 symbols' divine weapons as soon as possible. He was mainly worried that they would fall into the hands of the 6 clans of Life Soul. Back then, the 6 clans of Life Soul had indeed come into contact with the 4 symbols' divine weapons, but they could only seal them or weaken them. They did not have the ability to completely destroy them, nor did they have the ability to control them. But now it was different. This was because the 4 symbols' divine weapons had been sealed for many years, or perhaps it had been baptized by time. The 4 symbols' divine weapons was very powerful, but there was always someone stronger. Shen Xiang could not guarantee that the 4 symbols' divine weapons would not be controlled by someone else. Jinjin, are you sure you can summon by Hu divine weapons? This kind of summoning. After the sacrifice, what do you need to do? Shen Xiang had to confirm it first. After all, summoning was too magical. If Bai Zhenjin was not confident, then all the things he had done for the sacrifice would be in vain. I am confident, and this kind of summoning can only be done by Bai Hu from Bai Hu Battle Clan. I have Bai Hu's bloodline in my body, so I can use my bloodline to summon it. Bai Zhenjin said, "This kind of summoning technique is originally a bloodline inheritance. I don't need to learn it much to be able to easily grasp it." "That's good," Shen Xiang nodded. "Then we have to hurry up and summon Bai Hu divine weapons." "Big brother, you already have the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. If you have the Bai Hu divine weapons, it will be even easier to find the other 4 symbols' divine weapons." Bai Zhenjin said, "The other 4 symbols' divine weapons are all in the sacred domain, so the connection between them will be even stronger." Little sister Xiao Jing had said the same thing before, especially with the help of the 6 realms mirrors. It could strengthen the connection between the 4 symbols' divine weapons. Shen Xiang had tried to use the Green Dragon Demon Slayer to sense the other 4 symbols' divine weapons, but his perception was very blurry. In other words, sometimes he could sense it, sometimes he couldn't. Because the directions were too vague, Little Mirror did not recommend Shen Xiang to search for them. If the 4 symbols' divine weapons could run and move at a very fast speed, then Shen Xiang would have to waste a lot of time trying to find them through the vague signals. "Jinjin, what we need to do now is carry out that blood sacrifice. It is indeed difficult to obtain the blood of hundreds of thousands of living beings." Shen Xiang frowned. "Furthermore, we must find the All Heavens Palace's camp." Shen Xiang had killed a large group of god-horned orcs before, but unfortunately he didn't know what a sacrifice was at that time. However, he did store a large number of souls. But just having a large number of souls was not of much use because he still needed a large amount of blood. "Big brother, I have an idea." The corners of Bai Zhenjin's mouth curled up as she said with a smile, "This idea is guaranteed to work." "Tell me quickly," Shen Xiang hurriedly said. "If we can get a few 100,000 All Heavens Palace people to gather, then the matter of bloodletting will be very easy for me. I can use myself as bait to lure them out." Bai Zhenjin said, "On the All Heavens Palace side, there are many forces and various clans. We only need to focus on one of them." This seems a little dangerous. Shen Xiang was somewhat worried. After all, this would require Bai Zhenjin to take the risk. "Big brother, if you and I work together, how can there be any danger?" Bai Zhenjin laughed and said, "I have already thought of a plan." "All right, tell me, which clan do you want to target?" Shen Xiang asked. "The god-horned orcs." Bai Zhenjin laughed and said. Shen Xiang could not help but laugh. When he was in the world defying heavens and earth, he had killed the god-horned orcs. He did not expect that his target in the holy region would also be the god-horned orcs. The god-horned orcs are like dragons, but they are not dragons. They have a very strong dragon aura, but they are not dragons. Bai Zhenjin said, "These guys also have a strong desire for divine beasts. They really need the bloodline of divine beasts to improve their own bloodline." No wonder when they were in the world defying heavens and earth, they wanted to capture a large number of dragons. It turns out that they wanted to transform their own bloodline. Shen Xiang nodded. The reason why they have an advanced aura like the Dragon Clan is because they have been using the dragon's bloodline to transform themselves for many years. Bai Jinjin said, "These guys have always boasted that they are stronger than the Dragon Clan. Jinjin, when I was in the world defying heavens and earth, I once killed a large number of these guys." Shan Xiang told Bai Jinjin about what happened when he was in the world defying heavens and earth. "As expected of my brother, you are so powerful." Bai Jinjin did not doubt it in the slightest. At the same time, she wanted to try the demonic ape-dragon poison that Shan Xiang had given her even more quickly. "Although the world defying heavens and earth is my home ground, when I come to the holy region, I can still kill them all. I want to let them know who they are, to actually think about competing with the Dragon Clan all day long." Shan Xiang laughed and said, "I will completely crush their dreams of surpassing the divine beasts. The divine horned beast clan also has a holy son. They should also come. Furthermore, the holy son of the divine horned beast clan is not ordinary. His status is extremely high, and he is almost the son of the beast king of the divine horned beast clan." Bai Jinjin said, "If we capture the holy son of the divine horned beast, we should be able to lure out their hundreds of thousands of divine horned beast army. Will the beast king appear as well?" Shan Xiang was a little worried. If only the beast king comes and their army doesn't come, then this plan won't work. "Big brother, I can pretend that Baihu Battle Clan has appeared in the Saint Profound Star. I have a cloning technique, so when the time comes I can just create a small group of tigers." Bai Jinjin giggled and said, "Leave this matter to me. No matter how arrogant the divine Horn Beast Clan is, their Beast King will not think that he can defeat the tigers of the Baihu Battle Clan." Although the tigers of the Baihu Battle Clan were few in number, they were regarded as an army. "All right, it's a deal." Shan Xiang chuckled.